My name is Karel Janeček. I am a mathematician and social innovator. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. Since 2016, D21 has been used in various participatory processes around the world, such as participatory budgeting in New York City and a big number of urban and city planning projects in the Czech Republic, France, Scotland, Tunisia, and India. The revolutionary D21 method has also been used in Czech, Slovak, Tunisian, or Zambian schools to teach democracy in a fun way and gives children a voice in what is important to them in the school environment. D21 applied to parliamentary or presidential elections will produce more consensual results, reducing populism and extremism. Small parties and independent candidates will gain space. This electoral method will produce positive campaigns and will not divide voters into opposing camps, which currently is a huge problem in elections around the world that use single vote systems such as first past the post. D21 is the key to finding consensus, and its wide adoption for political actions will heal our democracies. How does it work? Here is a small demonstration. The Janeček method D21 is a modern voting system. Standard polls only grant you one vote. This system works with more options, using positive and also possibly negative votes, which allow you to express your opinion with more precision. This way you don't have to vote for a lesser evil. You are free to select options to support and those who you strongly dislike. Such polls can work in politics, municipalities, companies, and even among friends. Let's take a look at a practical example. Citizens want to decide what the city's budget should be used for. It could be a cycling trail, a park, apartment blocks, a firehouse, or a VIP parking lot. When every citizen has only one vote, the VIP parking lot wins. This is because an organized minority can easily outvote the others. If every citizen had two votes instead, they might agree on the residential development. At the same time, the negative vote would reveal a controversial choice, in this case, the VIP parking lot. Janeček method D21 finds consensus, the solution with which more citizens are satisfied. Try out this modern voting system and upgrade the way you vote at www.participate21.cz. You can right now, voting each day for the best chess games at the Prague Chess Festival. Simply go to www.praguechessfestival.cz/voting. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague Chess Festival. My name is Karel Janeček, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematics game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. It will change into a fun subject. For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquired during the classical educational process. For adults, this game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us, and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Mateso is the way to learn it. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.
I didn't know that, but yeah, it was a romantic game, I could say. I sacrificed a pawn, but it looks like 2 pawns down because I had a double pawns, but it felt like very comfortable position for me all the time. So I think it was very, very natural to go for this kind of position. Pretty quickly, actually, Richard surprised me with his opening choice because he is mainly a Sicilian player and he went for French. I've seen that he played it in his childhood, but I didn't expect he could go for it today because I've been playing French for all my life, so it was a bit risky. And I was kind of lucky because I've decided to choose a line which I never played, but I've looked at this line many times. It was my plan to surprise some opponent with this. And this is the line which is maybe not the most correct for white, but it requires precise knowledge for black. And it was visible after move knight a3 that Richard was on his own. So I was pretty happy because I knew that if he's on his own, it's very, very unlikely that he would find all precise moves. And he decided to play bishop b4 and later to take on a3. I might be wrong, but I thought it's already very suspicious position for black, where I am exactly as I said, pawn down. It looks like almost 2 pawns down, but position is, in my opinion, in white's favor.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well, but at some point I actually had some trouble like continuing the attack because like I played this queen d1 move, I wanted to play queen h5, I thought that's very good, but then it wasn't that easy because he took on g2, it was like complicated, so I had to find some precise move, and I was going down on time, but luckily I had some time advantage because I knew the opening better, but yeah, I mean, Arvin played some good moves in the middle game and suddenly it wasn't easy to evaluate the position, but luckily I had this queen c2, queen c3. I didn't need to take back on c4 immediately, so that was a bit lucky, but I mean the position was always very tricky for him, so I guess I was slightly better from the beginning. Yeah, I think I played 2 very decent games. I mean, not like spectacular games, but I think I didn't make 2 big mistakes. So yeah, I'm quite satisfied so far.
I mean, I want to win the event. I've shown before that I'm capable of doing it. I certainly think if I bring my best chess, I can win again.
To play good and enjoy this game, and of course to win this tournament.
So I'm just hoping to play well again and not have such a bad tournament.
To play my best chess.
My goal is to play good chess.
Yeah, I never had the feeling, I have to go to tournament and win it, everything else doesn't work. Of course, if it works, it would be great.
Playing good and interesting chess.
Well, I would like to play some interesting games, and if I finish in top 3, that would be nice.
My goals, I don't really have actually goals, but it would be nice to win, of course. Always nice to win.
I'd like to win it.
Well, I would like to finish in top 3 in the challengers, that would be nice. But in general, I just want to play good, healthy chess.
I always keep saying the same, that whenever I come to some tournament, the goal is to win.
I have kind of big ambitions, so I would like to be in first half.
Playing my best chess, so that's my main focus here.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the broadcast for round 3 of this year's Prague Chess Festival. Apologies for the delay. Some technical issues never seem to go away, apparently, but it's all resolved. And the good news is we're right at the start of the round, so we'll be able to get straight into the games. Of course, we've got the Masters and the Challengers tournaments as per always. Yesterday was a very successful day for a few players. Certainly in the Challengers event, there were all draws in the Masters, but in the Challengers event, great result yesterday for the Hungarian Grandmaster Gladura, who beat Erwin Lamy in a crazy-looking game. And congratulations to Matthias Bartel with a lovely victory yesterday, lovely attacking victory against Stalmach. And in fact, the Bartel game was voted Game of the Day. You can vote Game of the Day. Check it out. Go to the Prague Chess International website. You can vote on there. And you can also, of course, look at their Twitter in order to find out more information. We're in round 3. Long way to go, of course. I'm delighted once again to be joined by the one and only Natasha Ben-Mesbah. Good afternoon, Natasha. Apologies for these technical issues, but are you looking forward to today's chess?
Good afternoon, Lawrence. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, I'm really looking forward today. We have very nice pairings. First, we have Vincent Keimer against Pentala Harikrishna, so the winner of the Masters of last year and the winner of the Challenger. So I think I hope we have a great fight.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, this position is quite unusual, no?
It is. Let's go from the start. Of course, we're going to look at all the games, but we're going to look at this one from the start. No real surprises for the opening. A Queen's Gambit decline. We've seen many of them already this tournament. It seems to be the opening of choice somehow this tournament. We saw a lot of knight f3 in this position. Vincent goes for the classical way, which is to take and play bishop g5, c6, e3, and bishop f5, the new way of playing this position. This move didn't really exist until a few years ago. For many years, black was just playing this, but bishop f5, preventing bishop d3 makes a lot of sense. And now white plays queen b3. And as you said before we came on air, the main move here is to go queen f3 with white, where after bishop g6, you get a mass trade like this, where white has got, of course, the much better pawn structure. Black has got the 2 bishops. This is a kind of miserable way to try and make a draw as black. But if you're that kind of player, you can make a draw. If you know these systems very well, you can make a draw. So Vincent's move, queen b3, is a breath of fresh air, slightly at least, because after queen b6, we still get the trade on f6. And now we see the move king to d2, an outrageous move, Natasha. The idea being that after knight d7, you actually hope to trade the bishops off with bishop d3. Black doesn't have a better move except to take, and now your king ends up on d3. Now, it looks scary to have the king on d3, but of course it's not. There's nothing wrong with this king on d3. The king is nice and supported. It is, perfectly safe. Black's pieces can't get close to it. This is just one check. So instead, Harry plays rook g8. Vincent defends with g3 and f5, and this is the position we've got. Any comments on this particular position, Natasha?
So, Harikrishna played f5. The position we reached after g3 has been played once in 2023 in Vikenze. It was Donchenko against Erwin Lamy. And black managed to win. So f5 is a new move. So I guess none of them now are in a well-known place, I would say. Yeah, actually Vincent Keimer is thinking after f5. So we can maybe have a small look at this position.
Yeah, so f5. So f5 is, I guess the idea is to be able to give the knight room to come round via f6 and then come into e4. A big question is, does this queen trade help black in any way? And my guess is that it doesn't. Something like I don't know. Let's say knight g2, which looks logical. Takes. I think favors white. This pawn does a great job of controlling a key square. You have some play down here, so I don't think that's the idea. So the question is, after knight f6, what is white's general plan? Not easy to say, because this knight comes on e4. It's a bit annoying for white. So I'm very curious to see how Vincent actually deals with that. I don't have a clear opinion of that at all. Vincent will have, of course, if he's looked at this Donchenko game, he will have some ideas here. That's no doubt. But what those are, I don't know.
In Donchenko game, black traded the queens and then played f5. So maybe we can transpose to this position.
Yes, we could.
But,
certainly could. Certainly possible.
As you said, maybe it's better for black to keep queens on the board. The white king is in the center, but
yeah, I don't know really. Interesting one. Difficult to say. Very, very difficult to say. Should we move on? We'll see what happens.
Yeah, let's go. Let's see.
I'm just flicking through the games. We do have some very interesting games. We have a very interesting game in Robson against Gelfand, where we had a Sicilian with e6, 4-knight Sicilian, and now this famous line like this, and Gelfand plays the move bishop b7. Queen c7 has been the main move for years, and after f4 to then go queen b6, looking at this square. Bishop b7 came alive. I can't remember who made this popular, but somebody made it popular in the past few years, which is interesting. And the idea is you want to play for a very quick c5. That's the idea here. You want to play for a very, very quick c5. So what does white do? Well, white decides instead to go knight d6 immediately. Knight d6 check, forcing bishop takes d6, e takes d6. And now, of course, if you can get in something like c4, c5, you're going to be in really, really good shape here. Because you're going to lock this bishop out. So black plays c5 in order to open this up. And now white goes c4. Has this position been played before, Natasha? I'm curious.
Wait a second. Knight d6. Yes, we have.
This must have been
Knight
played.
d6, yes, and c5 and c4 has been played.
Yeah.
It was in a rapid game in 2022.
Oh, okay.
Against 226 chess players.
Okay, just one rapid game. Interesting. So after c4, I guess black now plays a move like knight b6.
In the game, black
or knight f6.
Black played knight b4.
Knight
I think
b4.
to go back to c6 and then maybe
interesting.
d4.
Interesting. Yeah, that also makes a lot of sense. That also makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
true. On b6, maybe the knight has no good square after.
Could be, right?
To knight b6, yeah. And you prevent moves like queen g4, playing knight b4.
Oh, by playing knight b4. You probably kick this knight with a3 first, and
okay.
Can you? Then... Yeah, maybe it's interesting. I'm not sure at all. I'm not sure at all what's going on here. Very, very interesting position. Very, very interesting position. Don't know. Really can't say. All right, let's continue because this one is difficult for me to guess basically. Let us. Where should we go? I guess is the question. Where should we go?
Whatever. Let's take any game. For example, Wang Hao against
Wang Hao?
Sam Shenghao. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's have a look on this game.
Let's have a look at this game then. Looks good. Let's have a look at this game. So bishop to d2. Let's see. We have we had a Sicilian with Rossolimo. Yeah, Rossolimo Sicilian. Looks very good. So knight f6, e5, knight d5, c4 makes a lot of sense. Knight c7. This has all been seen many times before in this exchange with bishop takes c6 and queen h4. Again, very, very natural stuff in order to swing the queen over and bring the bishop in like this. Makes a lot of sense here. A lot of sense. I've always liked these positions for white. I think you get an initiative, but it seems as though Wang Hao is very well prepared here because after queen h4, d6, something like e takes d6 has to be played. Queen takes d6 and knight c3. Still looks difficult, but look at this, bishop f6. Now, I guess, Natasha, there are some times where you would get some kind of draw like this, right? You would expect, potentially. But instead, Shankland has found the move knight to e4. How very interesting. Forcing bishop takes queen, knight takes queen, check takes. And this is the situation we have here. So the dust has settled, but surely white is for preference here, isn't he? I would have thought.
Yes, I think white has a small plus, something small edge. I don't know. I think it's Shankland. Wang Hao played king d7. He decided that it was better to keep his king in the center of the position as we are already in the endgame.
Yeah, his next move, king d7, is very interesting.
King d7, so
very interesting.
I guess that white will play bishop. They play bishop d2, rook a d1, and try to make some pressure on the d6 pawn. We'll have to come back with a knight on f3. I don't know. I think black is okay, actually.
You think black is okay here? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
Could be. Could very well be. I prefer white ever so slightly. You're going to put the bishop on c3. The knight's going to come back. You're going to put the rook on d1.
Yeah.
Black structure is not as good. So I think that white is definitely free rolling this position. I don't see any way that white ever loses this position.
But black can play very quickly, bishop b7 and d5. And after, how do you attack the d5 pawn?
Yes, that's a good point. That's a very, very good point. Well, you're going to create some dark squared weaknesses when you do that, though, I think. So I'm not convinced by that. I think just white is just nicely better here. Let's see if Sam manages to generate something here, because that's his job. In the Martirosian against Deac game, we have another ending. Lots of endings today, where we had another. It looks like we have this starting position in almost every game, but this time Deac played c5, and we have this semi-Tarash, very famous line, where this has been played a lot. And you're playing against the isolated queen's pawn. Nice maneuver here by Deac. Basically saying, if you want a castle, you might have to trade queens. I guess white can go back, but then after queen a5, the question is, why can't castling here doesn't work because knight c6. That's the point. And the queen has got no good squares. I assume queen to f4 is not a good move here somehow. I don't know why, but a move like queen b4, I'm going to cheat here. Or, yeah, just knight h5 also. That's what I was thinking. And actually, white has got some issues here. So this is a repetition attempt, so that's why white played queen d3, but this is clearly not problematic for black. In the isolated queen's pawn positions, you really want to have the queens on the board and not off. So when the queens are off the board, this is a very, very pleasant result for the isolated queen's pawn, because white just doesn't have too much of an attack. Black is perfectly fine here, and in fact, after g5, bishop g3, knight h5. And yeah, we've got a position where black is going to win the two bishops, but I see absolutely no issues here for black at all. None at all. Looks as though this is a bit weak, but I don't think it's actually a huge problem here if you just defend it. You can try and put pressure on it, but maybe g4, something like this could happen. Something like this, and bishop f6 is a typical way. And finally, black may be able to get rid of the pawns like this, basically. So okay, I think black is totally fine there. Should we look at the challenges? Because that's always a lot of fun. Bartel putting immediate pressure on the youngster Finek. Let's have a look at this one. d4, knight f6, g3, e6, and c5. You can always, what I like about Bartel is you can always get, a very interesting opening with him. He doesn't play a lot of super mainline theory, which is fantastic. So you get very interesting positions very quickly.
It's a very interesting strategy to play this way.
Mm-hmm.
So he can really ask his opponent, show me how you play chess. And then it's just a mind battle.
Exactly.
And so I think we will have a very nice game. At least I hope.
Exactly. So very, very interesting opening. Knight f3, c takes d4, castles, very standard. White captures back, and queen b6, immediately hitting the knight. The knight comes to b3, black occupies the center. This is all, of course, very standard. Knight c3, bishop e7, and e4, also very, very standard. And here Bartel decides to go d4. Very provocative move, because after knight e2, he has to go e5. And white is able to immediately pressurize this center with c3. And now we see a5 by the experienced Polish grandmaster. The point being, after c takes d4, he wants to go a4. And the big question here is, do you move the knight, which doesn't look good, or do you move, or do you take here? And is Bartel's idea actually to play knight g4 here and play something like this? Because if you go knight into d4, are you running into some bishop c5 ideas? Possibly. This could get out of hand for white very quickly. So already a very, very difficult decision here for white, in my opinion, for Finnick. Yeah, the youngster who's on 1.5 out of 2, having a fantastic tournament so far. And
yeah, as you said, in this position we have no choice with white. We must take on e5.
Yeah, I think so, because I mean, I was looking at another move. Does this move make any sense? And I guess it just doesn't, right? I guess this move just makes no sense.
You can just take on d4, yes.
Knight takes d4, and if knight takes d4, the point is you've got bishop takes c5 again, right? And black is doing at least fine here. Yeah, agreed. So this, after a4, looks tricky. Another position that is really something I'm going to enjoy looking at is the game between Peshek and Vinicius. We had a more classical Queen's Gambit declined, but not declined. He went d takes c4. Very interesting. And now we have a Queen's Gambit accepted kind of position, except that the bishop is already on g5, but we get something quite normal here, like an isolated queen's pawn position. Very normal. But look at this. After queen e2 h6, the standard move here for white, of course, is just to retreat the bishop one way or another. But Peshek, he doesn't disappoint. He's such a great player. He's such an interesting player.
Does black can take the bishop? What happens after h take g5?
So takes.
Okay.
Your move.
Let's try knight d5. Oh no, wait. Yeah. Okay, knight d5.
Yeah, but now I feel like you're getting mated. Queen e4, g6, and queen h4, and thank you very much. Game over. Yeah, when somebody like Peshek plays h4 against you, you don't really even consider the move h takes g5, in my opinion. You don't even consider it.
Do you always trust stronger opponents when they give a piece?
Yes, I do. I always trust them. I mean, most of the time they have a reason, and here it's not that difficult to work out that this is, you know,
very dangerous.
Very, very dangerous. Exactly. Extremely dangerous. So instead, after h4, Vinicius played knight c6, rook d1 protecting the pawn, and knight d5, trying to trade pieces. Now white goes back, makes sense. Knight f6, and of course white could repeat here with bishop g5. It's an interesting repetition, but Peshek has got no plans to do that. Instead, plays the move king f1, which is a very standard move in these positions. I play it a lot myself. You don't want to castle because you want your rook on h1, and you want to put your king on g1 out of the way. Well, Vinicius now played the move queen c7, and it's over to Peshek. What to do here with white? Good question. What would you do here with white, Natasha, and why?
Okay, as an attacking player,
you are an attacking player.
I always think in this kind of position at moves like g4, but I don't know. After knight takes g4, you open the g5, but
wow.
Is it
so aggressive, this move? So aggressive. Maybe it's interesting. Do you want to follow up with rook g1, or do you want to follow up with d5? That's the question. That's the big question.
Okay, a natural move could be rook g1. Let's try this one first. Rook g1.
Rook g1, yeah.
Yeah, but maybe you just protect your knight, and with h5, because if you move the knight, h6 pawn, h6 pawn is
Exactly.
hanging.
Rook g1. If knight f6, you can just...
Yeah, bishop takes h6.
Yep.
So
d5 is
D5.
interesting here, right? Just saying that the knight has left, and things get very, very explosive. Now, Peshak is the sort of player to play this as well. I mean, he could play g4. It's, for me, it doesn't feel like the right move, but at the same time, it wouldn't surprise me if that actually happened. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
Because if you don't want to play g4, maybe if he didn't want to play g4, he would have castle, short castle, I think.
I don't think so, because, you know, I just don't think you castle in these positions. If you put the king on f1, it doesn't mean you have to go g4. I think the king just sits nicely on f1. I think g4 is interesting. He could go g3, which is a bit more positional, with the idea of playing bishop f4 next, and you can connect the king rooks with king g2. But I'm always worried that, that the bishop's going to find itself on the long diagonal. And on this long diagonal, we're going to have some issues here, basically. So I don't love that. But okay, we'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. Multilov Akash is not really much to talk about at the moment. This is a very well-known, more or less very well-known Spanish, which you know, a lot can happen in this position here. And in the other game, it's Stalmach against Gledora, also a pretty well-known Slav and/or Queen's Gambit declined position. So not too much to comment on in those particular games. If we go back to the Robson game, Natasha, we will actually see that we did have knight b4, as you said, a3, knight c6, and bishop e3. All very logical, all extremely logical stuff. And after the move bishop to e3, black now played queen f6. Totally logical. And white played queen d2, also logical. So now the question is bishop takes c5 on the menu here? And the answer probably is yes. Bishop takes c5 is on the menu somehow here. Yes. The question then is, should black defend that pawn? Or is black just going to castle and try and say, I've got a big lead in development here, but, you know, with a move like knight to e5 and make white's life slightly tricky? Possibly. Possibly. It'll be really interesting to see how Boris actually handles that position, because it doesn't look clear at all to me. But his big decision at this moment is, do I give up the c5 pawn or not? I think that's pretty clear.
How could you protect your c5 pawn?
Well, that's a good question. That's a very, very, very good question.
I mean, you have.
I don't really know. Queen f5, queen e5 probably.
Okay.
But you're right. I can just.
And bishop d3.
Kicked.
Yes.
Yeah, I can get kicked. So maybe Boris doesn't actually have a way to actually do this. Possibly.
Yeah, it seems that he has to give up the c5 pawn, but he has to do it in the right conditions.
Correct. He has to do it in the right conditions. So, the question is how can he possibly do that? Yeah, basically just what we've analyzed, I think, is very possible, where he just castles, but very, very unclear position, very, very difficult position, very, very, very difficult position to calculate. I don't envy their tasks. I think they both have a very difficult game. Shankland, as I said, nice little advantage for white. Rook on d1, bishop on c3. But you know, Wang Hao made a living out of you know, playing these kinds of positions. Do you know what I mean? Wang Hao made a living out of defending slightly worse positions. I remember back to the Olympiad 2013. I think Wang Hao was board 1 for China, and you know, his whole what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for? His whole objective, or what do you say in French? Raison d'être.
Raison d'être.
Raison d'être. His whole objective for that Olympiad was to make draws on board 1. I remember this clearly. It was Wang Hao making draws on board 1. And it was the job of the youngsters, the Chinese youngsters, to win on boards 3 and 4. And I believe they won that Olympiad. I believe China
in 2013?
won. Yeah, I think China won, if I remember correctly. Pretty sure China won. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure they did. And anyway, Wang Hao doesn't mind suffering. That's what I'm trying to say. He does it very, very well. So we'll see what happens there. Navarra win, very, very sort of, again, a classical position that we could get. We could get another kind of isolated queen's pawn position, where Navarra is obviously a master of all of those positions. So won't surprise me to see Navarra, you know, try and grind black. But Nguyen has shown himself to be an extremely capable player. Very well prepared, very tough to beat, very, very tough to beat. So I'm curious to see how he does in a slightly more passive position today. And look at what we have in the Bartel game. And notice the time on Bartel's clock, Natasha. Notice the time on Bartel's clock, because Bartel has got 1 hour 34 minutes. In other words,
he's very, very well prepared.
Extremely well prepared. Extremely well prepared. And I actually think Finnick has got some serious problems in this game, because, you know, you just don't want to be in this position. You're 45 minutes behind on the clock. You've got a position which your opponent clearly knows. Right, your opponent clearly knows. So, and you have to calculate everything. This is not fun. This is not fun at all. To get in this position, this is not fun at all. And so, I don't even know what the right move is here. For example, if you bring this knight back to d2, this knight can take on a5. And there are immediate problems. For example, if you go h3, won't surprise me at all that the move knight takes f2 exists here. And after rook takes f2, knight d3, and after queen f1, bishop c5, or knight takes f2 first, actually, and bishop c5. And c'est fini.
Yeah, the most logical moves, I think, is knight bd4. So you can close it a bit the diagonal, but we have to see after bishop c5.
Yeah.
What can we do?
Well, exactly. This is a very, very difficult position to play as white. I don't know. If you take, do I take here first?
Oh wait. I think knight takes f2.
Knight takes f2. Ooh.
Queen d8.
That's an amazing resource. Look at that.
Queen takes.
Yeah, but now you're in trouble because now what do you do? Now what do you do?
I can play knight d3, knight takes c1. No, you have rook.
No. You have to go back. I think you have to do this. I think you have to repeat, which is an incredible. Yeah. It's an incredible. I've never seen that actually. This move queen d8. That's very beautiful. So actually, after knight takes c6, black should probably play b takes c6 then, right?
Can they play bishop takes f2 first and then takes on c6?
You want to take here first and now take on c6. Yeah, that looks also reasonable. Also looks reasonable. Very, very complicated position. Very, very complicated.
Yeah, maybe e6 now. e6.
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 Okay, I like this.
And if bishop takes knight f4.
Knight f4. Mm-hmm. Yes, I like this very much. Very, very much. Very nice.
This is nice for white.
Very, very nice. Very, very, very nice. Okay. So let's then look at another one. Let's see. I think it's going to be a really, really tough. I see Finnick really losing. And look at this. Rook h3, Natasha, your move. Played a little bit earlier.
He played knight b5.
Yeah, he played knight b5.
And then rook h3.
And rook h3. Very aggressive. Love it. Love this move. Okay, let's say a6 by black looks completely standard to me. Knight c3. Now, taking on d4 is suicide, right? You can't do this.
No, you can't.
Right? Takes, and bishop takes h6. Yeah, just suicide. So you can't do that. And Paul Vinicius will never do that anyway. So knight c3, and let's say knight d5. Rook g3 looks sensible. And if king h8, do we have a sacrifice soon on h6? Or do we set it up, for example, with the move bishop d3? The idea being, let's say black played a random move like this. Now we can take and queen d2. And that's the end of the game.
Yes.
That is simply the end of the game. So,
So I am wondering, what's the point of playing queen c7, knight b5, queen d8?
Yeah, good question, actually. I don't know. I don't know
Maybe
what he's
after
trying to provoke.
King b5, should I come back to d8 or?
Well, you don't have so many options. Like, you want to go to b6? Now there's some bishop f4 ideas with bishop c7 or knight c7.
Yeah, this is too dangerous for black.
Yeah, it's very
White
dangerous.
activity is so white
much.
pieces activities. Yes, it's so much. Maybe queen b8 to keep an eye.
But now you
the
always have to
f4.
worry about this g3 f bishop f4.
Okay,
I'm
so
very, very scared if I'm black after this move. Looks very, very good. Looks very, very good.
bishop d7 too. For my
Bishop.
queen.
Yeah, but you're moving your queen a lot, right? But maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay. I just know that white has just got this initiative, and it's very, very unpleasant, basically.
It is a very good opening choice for Pishak. Very interesting opening choice. Again, so in the challengers, Pishak and Bartel has very, very interesting ideas in the opening to surprise their opponents.
Exactly. Yeah, and in the main event, no big changes yet. Gelfand did actually sacrifice the pawn, though. So he went with rook b8 instead. So rook b8, bishop takes c5. And I guess his idea is that he's now going to follow up with bishop a6, threatening this b pawn down here. That's his main idea, I'm sure. And it's a bit tricky. How are you supposed to defend this pawn here with white? Is Castle's queenside just too ambitious? Yes. Ooh.
You can, yes.
Ooh, that is nasty.
You don't ask for all these squares with black.
That is nasty. That's the end of
It's
the
a very
game,
nice
actually.
gift.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's it. Oof. Okay, so you can't do that. So what?
And rook b1 is not possible because of queen f5.
Wow.
Little fork.
Oh my goodness, that's a big mistake. You can make a mistake here as white. This is a very, very dangerous position for Ray. But he's very up on the clock, which is unusual. Ray is normally the one who is not up on the clock. Very interesting. Very, very interesting.
So I guess after bishop a6, we have no other choice than playing bishop b4 to cover the file.
Bishop b4, also very interesting. Very, very interesting. This position is giving me a headache. I really don't know what to say about this position, to be honest.
Okay, white is a pawn up, but black has compensation.
Black certainly has compensation here.
The white king is still in the center. Okay, black king also, but after short castle and rook fc8, all black pieces are in the game.
Correct.
Okay, so maybe I have to play very active with black. I don't have time to short castle right now because white would play, I think, bishop c3, and everything little by little is getting back in order.
Absolutely.
So, if I have to be aggressive, I have to play knight d4. But after bishop c3... Okay, wait. Let's try this.
No, queen c3.
Knight d4.
Bishop c3 probably doesn't work, right?
Why?
Maybe this would work. Maybe this is also interesting. Bishop c3. Check. I guess that's the point. And if queen's, yeah.
Yeah, you have to play king d1 because if you play bishop e2, I can exchange everything and take on c4 with check.
Precisely.
So you have to play king d1.
Yeah, king d1. But you don't really want to play this move.
And then you can play queen h5 check.
Weird position, huh?
Yes. And I think white has no choices. Then playing bishop e2 in this position.
Correct. And this is just fine, right? Because everything comes off and black is going to make a draw here. Black is going to make a draw here. No question about it.
Okay. You were thinking at queen c3 instead of bishop c3?
Yeah, so queen c3 might be. Oh, actually, it does it. None of this matters. You played queen e5 check.
Queen e5, okay.
Yeah. You played queen e5 check.
Okay, you have to play bishop e3 because
bishop e3. And what's the difference now after bishop a6? Mate, this is what he wants. He wants to stop. He wants to stop the bishop b4 idea. That's what he wants. That's his idea. He wants to stop bishop b4, which of course makes a lot of sense. No idea. Can you castle long now, or can you go rook b1 now? Looks dangerous for white. I don't know. But maybe this is okay. Just this move. And try and get your bishop out and castle long. Maybe that's what you want.
Can I play f5 with black? With the idea f5, f4?
Wow. f5, but now f4.
f4, okay.
Right.
Okay, so maybe I should play rook b3 first.
Yeah, rook b3.
With the idea f5, f4.
Yeah. Yeah, it could get completely. I think this is one of those games as well where there are legitimately three options, basically.
Yeah, you mean three different results?
Possibly. Yeah, I think there are three different results here, basically, for this game. All right. What else is going on? We have a check. We have a check in this game here. We have a check, which is interesting.
Okay, so black doesn't want to exchange queen.
Right.
To trade queen.
Correct. So the question is, where do you put the king? Where do you put the king here?
Okay, c2 or d2?
Yeah, c2 or d2, basically. Where do you put this king? Not clear at all. Probably c2, right? Because on d2, the problem is when the knight comes to f6, this is a check. So I feel as though c2 is better. There's no check coming in on e2, so we don't have to worry too much. So I think this is okay, basically. I think this is okay.
Okay.
And once again, the question is, what is black supposed to do in this position? I don't know. This pawn is, I mean, I could just try and take this pawn. I could just try and take this pawn.
Do I have time to play knight f6 and knight e4?
So knight f6, and if I go knight h4, you want to go knight e4. Yeah, this is probably the way. And then I have to be careful that this doesn't leave and queen e2 check. Knight takes e4, queen e2 check, I guess is. I know, but then
No,
king
you have
d1.
knight. No, you have knight d2.
Ah, sorry.
Queen
Excuse
e2
me.
check. You have queen d2.
Right, but you do undouble the pawns, which must help black.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't like this. So the question is, what can you do here? What can you do? Not clear. Not clear at all what you can do in this position. All right. Very, very, very tough position. Very, very tough. I think Shankland f4 really like this position for Sam now, with f5 coming. And if you have to move this knight, bishop c3 is very unpleasant. Rook f8, knight f3, and...
No, wait. On rook f8, maybe I can play bishop e5. Okay, let's try. Knight g7 in your variation. Bishop c3, rook f8. Can I play bishop e5? No.
What?
Oh, no, sorry.
The pawn is here.
Sorry, I completely forgot.
That's okay. No worries. Yeah,
sorry.
I think that this position is just very, very bad, basically. Very, very bad for black. Lots of holes, lots of weaknesses. Your pieces don't really have squares, but as I said, landed worse positions. So it's not the end of the line, for sure.
Yes, with white you want to play. So you play knight f3 with the ID knight d2, knight e4, putting pressure on the d6 and f6 pawns.
Right.
After you will double your rook, I think, on the d-file, and it's very, very dangerous for black.
Yeah, very, very dangerous position. Very, 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 very bad position for black, potentially.
You're not happy with your position.
No. This is not what you want. This is absolutely not what you want. So plus position for Sam. The rest of the games look interesting, and especially the Ray Robson game that can go in any direction. Finek has actually allowed something here. So knight c5, knight f4, and knight takes f2 was played.
Oh, he played knight d2.
But this still might be okay. But the question is, you have to defend this rook probably with knight d3. Something like takes, bishop to c5.
Queen somewhere.
Queen somewhere.
Queen e2.
Queen e2.
f3.
Bishop e6 with who knows what is going on in this position. This is a really, really difficult position to get, in my opinion. This is really, really difficult. Very, very tough to see who should win here. Who do you prefer? I know who I prefer. But Who do you prefer?
Yeah, it is the kind of position. If white manage to survive, they will have 2 pieces for the rook,
Exactly.
and it's and I think it will be better for white. Sorry. So black has to play very, very active, but they can maybe try some short castle and try to play f5, open the f file, and try to keep pressure on the knight on f2. I think this could be
I
some
would
ideas.
take black here every day of the week. Every day of the week, I take black in this position. No question about it. This is a very, very difficult position to play over the board for white with very little time. It's difficult to get your pieces out. It's difficult to form a plan. This is not the position you really want. Okay, well, I think the scene is set for this round then. Some very interesting games going on. And by the way, we still have in Owen, Lamy, Vikok, we've got to look at this one as well because we've not really touched that, or Motilev. What we're going to do is we're going to go for a short break. And when we come back, we're going to look at these games. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Still plenty of chess to play in round 3. Lots of exciting games today. Lots of potential decisive results. Don't go anywhere.
My name is Karel Janeček. I am a mathematician and social innovator. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. Since 2016, D21 has been used in various participatory processes around the world, such as participatory budgeting in New York City and a big number of urban and city planning projects in the Czech Republic, France, Scotland, Tunisia, and India. The revolutionary D21 method has also been used in Czech, Slovak, Tunisian, or Zambian schools to teach democracy in a fun way and gives children a voice in what is important to them in the school environment. D21 applied to parliamentary or presidential elections will produce more consensual results, reducing populism and extremism. Small parties and independent candidates will gain space. This electoral method will produce positive campaigns and will not divide voters into opposing camps, which currently is a huge problem in elections around the world that use single vote systems such as first past the post. D21 is the key to finding consensus, and its wide adoption for political elections will heal our democracies. How does it work? Here is a small demonstration. The Janeček method D21 is a modern voting system. Standard polls only grant you one vote. This system works with more options, using positive and also possibly negative votes, which allow you to express your opinion with more precision. This way you don't have to vote for a lesser evil. You are free to select options to support and those who you strongly dislike. Such polls can work in politics, municipalities, companies, and even among friends. Let's take a look at a practical example. Citizens want to decide what the city's budget should be used for. It could be a cycling trail, a park, apartment blocks, a firehouse, or a VIP parking lot. When every citizen has only one vote, the VIP parking lot wins. This is because an organized minority can easily outvote the others. If every citizen had 2 votes instead, they might agree on the residential development. At the same time, the negative vote would reveal a controversial choice, in this case, the VIP parking lot. Janeček method D21 finds consensus, the solution with which more citizens are satisfied. Try out this modern voting system and upgrade the way you vote at www.participate21.cz. You can right now, voting each day for the best chess games at the Prague Chess Festival. Simply go to www.praguechessfestival.cz/voting. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague Chess Festival. My name is Karel Janeček, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematics game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. it will change into a fun subject. For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquired during the classical educational process. For adults, this game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us, and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Mateso is the way to learn it. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.
I didn't know that, but yeah, it was a romantic game, I could say. I sacrificed a pawn, but it looked like 2 pawns down because I had a double pawns, but it felt like very comfortable position for me all the time. So I think it was very, very natural to go for this kind of position. Pretty quickly, actually, Richard surprised me with his opening choice because he is mainly a Sicilian player and he went for French. I've seen that he played it in his childhood, but I didn't expect he could go for it today because I've been playing French for all my life, so it was a bit risky. And I was kind of lucky because I've decided to choose a line which I never played, but I've looked at this line many times. It was my plan to surprise some opponent with this. And this is the line which is maybe not the most correct for white, but it requires precise knowledge for black. And it was visible after move knight a3 that Richard was on his own. So I was pretty happy because I knew that if he's on his own, it's very, very unlikely that he would find all precise moves. And he decided to play bishop b4 and later to take on a3. And I might be wrong, but I thought it's already very suspicious position for black, where I am exactly as I said, pawn down. It looks like almost 2 pawns down, but position is, in my opinion, in white's favor.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well, but at some point I actually had some trouble continuing the attack because I played this queen d1 move. I wanted to play queen h5. I thought that's very good, but then it wasn't that easy because he took on g2. It was like complicated, so I had to find some precise move, and I was going down on time. But luckily I had some time advantage because I knew the opening better. But yeah, I mean, I haven't played some good moves in the middle of the game, and suddenly it wasn't easy to evaluate the position. But luckily I had this queen c2, queen c3. I didn't need to take back on c4 immediately, so that was a bit lucky, but I mean, the position was always very tricky for him, so I guess I was slightly better from the beginning. Yeah, I think I played 2 very decent games. I mean, not like spectacular games, but I think I didn't make 2 big mistakes. So yeah, I'm quite satisfied so far.
I mean, I want to win the event. I've shown before that I'm capable of doing it. I certainly think if I bring my best chess, I can win again.
To play good and enjoy this game, and of course to win this tournament.
So I'm just hoping to play well again and not have such a bad tournament.
To play my best chess.
My goal is to play good chess.
Yeah, I never had the feeling, I have to go tournament and win it. Everything else doesn't work. Of course, if it works, it would be great.
Playing good and interesting chess.
Well, I would like to play some interesting games, and if I finish in top 3, that would be nice.
My goals. I don't really have actually goals, but it would be nice to win, of course. Always nice to win.
I'd like to win it.
Well, I would like to finish in top 3 in the challengers, that would be nice. But in general, I just want to play good, healthy chess.
I always keep saying the same, that whenever I come to some tournament, the goal is to win.
I have kind of big ambitions, so I would like to be in first half.
Playing my best chess, so that's my main focus here.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to this broadcast for the Prague Masters round number 3. We are right in the heat of action. I'm here with Natasha, as always, and we've got some major action on the board. We're going to check in with this game, Motilov against Akash. Again, we haven't really checked out yet because it was a kind of normal-looking Spanish opening, this move A3 is a move I've actually looked at, Natasha. Of course, here the main move being C3, but A3 is interesting as another way to play against the Marshall. D6 and C3. So the argument here is that the pawn on A3 is actually not very useful. And of course, the reason that is because the move A4 is the move that you actually want to play at the right moment, right? So in this position here, after D4, Queen C7 looks very normal. Knight BD2, Rook E8 looks normal, and now we see another function of the move A3, perhaps, which is the move pawn to B4. So why not try and make use of that with this move pawn to B4? Makes total sense. Black took, C takes B4, white took back, C takes B4, and now the knight came into C4. Doesn't look like big trouble here for black, I have to say. Knight takes, pawn takes, bishop to D2, and D5. Immediately going for complications. Now, what is going on here? Good question. What is going on here, Natasha? Any thoughts?
Yeah, this is the mess. The center is a mess, actually. You have many moves possible. You can take on D5 with the pawn, on E5 with the pawn or with the knight. You can also play bishop A4, threatening the rook. So you have to consider almost every move. Okay, knight takes E5 has been played by Motilov, and so
indeed.
What's
I guess he wants to. I guess he wants to take on E4 here, right? Basically, I guess he just wants to take on E4. And the point being that if you go for the extra pawn, of course, you have this typical compensation that you get in these marshals. You know, you might even be able to throw in F6 first. I don't know. I don't know which move is actually better, to be brutally honest. Maybe F6 first is even better. I don't know. But just in principle, of course, being able to play the move bishop b7 is absolutely massive, right? This is an absolutely massive sort of compensation, yeah. So I like d5 by Akash. I think it's combative. I think it fits in with his style very well, and I fully expect to see this. And I don't really know what else you're supposed to do, because, you know, if you allow this, you know, black is going to be better. Black doesn't even have to move the knight. He's got the protected pass c pawn. Is it possible that simply that black is equalized? It's possible, right?
Yes, in this position, yes.
It is possible. It absolutely is possible. So it's an interesting one for sure. It's a very, very interesting one. I think Akash, though, has done the right thing. What about Erwin Lamy against Vikok? We didn't really see this position at all. And we do have, for the first time, I'd like to say, a kind of new position, let's say. I mean, I don't want to say the word new exactly, because it's not exclusively new, if you know what I mean.
You mean new in this tournament?
it's new in this tournament. I haven't seen a Queen's Indian, and we get a variation of the Queen's A3. Now, the main move here, of course, is to go Bishop B7, but Virkuk decides to play with C5, and we get instead a Benoni looking position instead, which is very, very unusual.
Yeah, and White has played. White played A3 and Black played B6. I guess that those moves favor Black, because I don't see where in the Benoni White plays A3 actually.
Well, White doesn't really play A3 in the Benoni, but I guess and B6 is played because the bishop often comes out to A6, right? So you are right. It's definitely a benefit
for Black.
For Black, yes. So let's see what happened. It went E4, Bishop G7, Bishop B5, check. Okay, Bishop D7 and Bishop D3. This is a classic way to play this position as well, where you inconvenience the bishop from C8. You put it on D7 and claim that this is the square that the knight would prefer to go to, which also, makes a lot of sense, like a lot of sense here. This is sort of the correct way. So that's very interesting. So Bishop D3. And now the point is that after castles here, if you castle, Black says, well, I want to get my bishop out of the way anyway. So he plays the move Bishop G4 here. Which of course also makes, yes. Please.
Yeah, I was saying, like usually White tries to prevent move like Bishop G4, because Black are it's a bit in trouble in the Benoni with this white light square bishop, with the light square bishop.
Mm-hmm.
And so Black is very happy to, as you said, to trade the bishop. Was it possible instead of playing short castle for White to play H3?
Yeah, I was thinking about that, why he didn't do that actually. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But maybe the idea is now that Black can actually play the move Rook E8, and after castles to now play B5, with the idea that you're offsetting here. Could be possible. Could be possible here. Very, very possible, actually. Very, very possible. And yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting one. I don't really know. I mean, I understand Erwin's decision, that's for sure. I understand Erwin's decision here, just to, excuse me, just to play more classically. Makes a lot of sense. So Bishop D3 castles, Bishop G4, H3, and
Bishop takes, Queen takes.
Bishop takes, Queen takes, something like this. Knight D7 is very, very normal. Queen G3. Incredible. Queen G3. What do we think about this move?
Actually, White Queen is not threatening the D6 pawns, because if White the Queen takes D6, you can just trap the Queen, playing Bishop E5.
Very nice move. Bishop E5.
So I think the idea of playing Queen G3 is to try to play with F4 maybe, or play Bishop F4.
Could be to play the move F4. Yeah, that's true actually.
Maybe knight b5. But even knight b5 is not a threat. Yeah, knight b5 maybe. But
Yeah,
knight
maybe knight
b5,
b5.
a6, knight takes
Yeah.
d6, bishop e5, bishop f4.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. Whatever it is, it's
Yeah, that's why black played a6 to prevent knight b5.
Exactly. Exactly. a6 to prevent knight b5 precisely. And I think this position is very, very unbalanced, very unbalanced, very unclear, very tough, very tough. a4, queen c7, knight d1 played, which of course makes a whole bunch of sense. And c4 here. Wow, this is very standard, of course, to be able to put the knight on c5 at the right moment, knight e3, knight c5. And we have this position here. And the position is, well, you know.
It's a Benoni.
It's a Benoni. It's a Benoni, and
Yes.
a lot of things can happen. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. In fact, yeah. In the Benoni, black has a very bad pawn structure, but they play for pieces activity. So we can say that everything must almost happen in the middle game for black. And I think black is okay. They will play knight b d7. Try to push will push b5, and other pieces are in the game.
Yeah. Totally agree. Yeah. Totally agree. Okay.
I think it's a good Benoni for black.
Yes.
They have the d3 square. They have space. It's okay for black.
Yes, agreed. Absolutely agreed. Okay.
Okay, let's see other game.
Yeah, which game should we go to now?
Yeah, let's have a look on Peshek.
Peshek? Yeah, Peshek against Port Vinicius, of course. So after bishop f4. C7 is on here, you know. Yeah, C7 is obviously on pre, well, rather not on pre is what's the word, undefended, and we are in a very difficult position, I would say, for black.
I don't see. Okay, black just played rook f8, e8 after rook h3, and after bishop f4. I don't see how they can prevent knight c7.
So if you go knight d5, I just take, right?
I just take and play knight c7.
Oh, there's also bishop takes h6 here.
Bishop takes h6. Okay.
Yeah, bishop takes h6. Looks like the move.
Because after pawn takes?
Yeah, because after pawn takes, I think you can go like rook g3 and knight e5, or I don't know which direction. Maybe knight e5 first. And this looks just awful. Just awful. I mean, how do you defend here? Bishop f6, rook g3, king f8, and queen h5. And you're getting hacked up here. This is just brutal. If you take, I take. If you take, I have check, and then I take the bishop with check.
But this is pretty Nevicius could play knight d5 because he just played rook e8. So I think that he has calculated bishop f4, knight d5.
Yeah, and he goes back to c1. He goes back to c1. Interesting.
Oh, and he played immediately bishop c1.
Yeah, he didn't even calculate bishop takes h6. How interesting.
Okay.
Maybe he just thinks there's no need to run any risks here.
Basically. Yeah, but if you let time to black to improve their pieces,
yeah,
it will be okay for black. Look, you play a6, knight c3. A6, yeah, knight c3. I don't know, can I play something like... Can I play b5, bishop b7? Just trying to improve my position, step by step.
I don't know, I'm still very scared if I'm black here after bishop takes h6. Very, very scared. Very, very scared. Yeah, I don't like this at all, actually. I don't like this at all. I think this is very, very difficult. Very, very difficult to play for black.
You have to find the right moves with black.
Yeah, you could just get mated in so many different variations here. Quite incredible. Quite incredible. Okay, so what else is going on? In the main event, we have this position in Martirosian deck. Nothing really much to discuss here. The reason being that it feels as though, I mean, material is equal, but even the rook endings are probably going to be a draw, right? Basically, even the rook endings are still going to be a draw. That's the issue with this position here. The rook endings are still going to be a draw, and that is no good. I think white hasn't honestly got serious winning chances in this position. I see this petering out. I don't really see, you know, a reason why this should be anything for white. I think we see peace here. I also think we see peace here in Navarra against Win. Once again, doesn't look like David found at all the right way to put maximum pressure on Win here. 94 is a good move. And just mass trade. Took a pawn on a2. Came back here. Got his queen safe. And more trades. Just really not exciting at all. If takes, I think you can also take with the rook here. For example, after rook takes a6, rook takes a7, you can give check. And now play this move g5, stopping h4. And you can...
I mean, you can play f3 with white. f3.
Yeah, but black is going to find a way to win a pawn back, and it's really going to be a draw. This is not a game we want to focus on. Kama has managed to put his king all the way on b1, so we have a more normal looking position now.
So after queen a6, he played king c2.
Mm-hmm.
Can we go back to...
Yeah, so queen a6, king c2, knight f6, knight e5. And knight e4 as thought, and knight d3, protecting the f2 pawn. Pawn to h5, rook a d1, bishop to d6, king to b1, castles and queen to c2. And this is still particularly tricky. King to b8, knight to e2. What to say about this position? Black has got a lot of fixed weaknesses, static weaknesses, f5, h5, f7. Very, very difficult to play, in my opinion. I think Vincent is going to really enjoy himself. Now, Hari Krishna is one of the top players, you know.
Yes, he will have to find resources for Black.
Mm-hmm. He's going to have to find resources. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I totally agree. It's a very nice position for White.
Very, very nice position for White. Mm-hmm.
A move like h4 could be an idea for Black, trying to get rid of one of his weakness.
Mm-hmm.
Of his weaknesses.
Exactly. Precisely. So maybe you should go. So you want to go h4 immediately here, do you, as Black?
Okay. Yeah, we can try now. We can try to do it now. Yes.
I quite like it. I like it. I think it's a good move. I mean, g takes h4 is possible. And after rook h8 to kick and play knight g3. That's the only concern with this idea. That's the only concern.
Yeah, knights can be very tricky.
Yeah, knights can be extremely tricky. So I don't know what Hari Krishna's going to do. He's got a lot of you know, he's got a lot of, you know, white is the one that's saying to Black, you need to find the right plan here if you're going to hold the balance. And Vincent is not really the opponent you want here as Black, in my opinion. I think Vincent really loves these kinds of positions here. I really do. I think he loves these positions. So, oh, and Queen c4 played by Hari Krishna. Interesting. So his idea is that, of course, you can't take, because after d takes c4, you lose the f2 pawn. Queen c4. So now if Vincent goes h4, and let's say there's a trade, how difficult is this? I would still say that this position is very difficult. I would still say that this position is very, very difficult here. Very, very difficult. Would you agree, Natasha? Or do you think this is okay?
No, I think it's very, very difficult. I totally agree with you. But I was wondering, how do you do to improve your position with White? How do you win this position? Because the files are closed. So I was thinking that without rooks in the game, it will be a little bit difficult to win this position with White. So if Black finds a way to keep this position this way, maybe they can hold the position. Yeah. Even if they have like h5 is a weakness, f5 and f7 are weaknesses. But maybe they can hold. You have to find the right plan with White.
Yes. Difficult one. Difficult one. Yeah, I'm very curious to see how Vincent approaches this particular position. Things have not improved for Wang Hao in the meantime. I think his position is just as difficult. Not much has changed, but, you know, for example, I think here Sam has got many interesting moves. Knight d2. Excuse me, knight d2, knight e4. The move c5 immediately also makes a lot of sense, and so on and so forth. So lots of ideas here. And I really don't like Wang Hao. And Wang Hao's in a tricky position. You know, he lost a game already.
Round one?
Yeah, in round one. This could be a bad tournament for him if things start to go. If things, and that's one of Wang Hao's big weaknesses, you could claim, that mentally he's not quite the he's not quite the he hasn't quite got the rock solid mental strength that some of the other top players have, and I think that's one of his
I think at this level, it's very difficult to play only 1 or 2 chess tournaments per year. Like you are in is it as if you were in the ocean swimming with sharks? Yeah, it's true. Actually, it's true. I see Vincent Keimer. He's young, talented, and he just wants to eat and to crush all his opponents.
Yeah.
And you can go just with playing time to time. You have to be at your 100%. You have to be at your best to play this kind of chess tournament. We are very happy to have him in this tournament. It's like an honor to have him in Prague. But it will be difficult for him, and
I agree.
we really hope that we will find his true game, his true chess level.
Going to be very, very difficult.
It's the same. His opponent, Sam Shankland, he's a very strong, talented United States chess player. But you know, in the USA, you have so many strong players. You have Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Levon Aronian. So he has to fight to have his place in the national team. So he's not here for. He's here to gain any rating points he can.
Absolutely correct. Yes, that is true.
This tournament is having a bath with shark.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. Okay, the move b3 played by Sam, also, of course, standard. Not totally necessary, this move. Feels a little slow because the idea now, I mean, I liked knight d2 because you get to e4, you get to e4 very quickly. The problem with b3 is if black now plays c5 and you now go knight d2, I play bishop b7. And I'm very happy to trade off the bishop for the knight. If you go knight e4, I'm just going to take it. And a few trades is definitely going to help black here. I think white is still better, but by how much, it's not completely clear. You can even offer some more trades after the move rook e7, for example. So I don't love this at all, actually.
It's very passive to play b3. The c4 pawn is not under attack. It's a little bit weird to play this move.
It is,
like to lose a tempo, and your opponent is not still has to find a way to develop his bishop, to put in the game the e8 rook, and you just lose a tempo playing b3.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not very good, is it? To say
I'm afraid that white advantage just vanished with this move.
Yeah, I'm also afraid it looks a little bit lazy, this move by Sam. Yeah, this move c5 is very important now for Wang Hao.
Yes.
And he will play it, actually.
Of course.
Because it's really the only logical move here. I don't see anything else that makes sense, because a4 just runs into b4, or even bishop b4, sorry. Just winning. It wins a pawn immediately.
Immediately winning.
Yeah, so no, he will play c5, and yeah, kind of a big misstep there, potentially there by Sam. Very, very difficult. In the Dayak game, he did go rook d5, perfectly good move. The point is you can't take this rook b8. Traps the knight, so you have to play a move like knight e6. And I guess Dayak has got two options here. He could go rook e8. I don't think that's ridiculous. Oh no, rook e8, knight c7, excuse me. There's knight c7 here. So he actually has to go bishop e5. This is the only move possible.
Okay, so on bishop e5, can I play knight f4?
Yeah, you can go knight f4, but what's the idea? I mean, for example, if I take.
Okay, pawn takes.
And rook a d8.
King h2, king g3.
That's a nice maneuver. I mean.
See, and here, how can I? Oh, I can create a pass pawn with f3. I already have one, but maybe I can play with f3 and king 6.
Yeah, but I'm not afraid here as black. I'll drop this back to be able to meet here with a check. I mean, we have an equal pawns in a double rook ending. These are very, very difficult positions to win. Very, very difficult. Very, very difficult.
Okay, so yeah, it should be a draw. It should be a draw.
Should be a draw here, I would say, yes. Should be a draw. Should be a draw. I don't really see a legitimate way for white to try. So I'm expecting a draw there. Now, in the Robson game, things got a little bit more exciting. What happened here? So we last saw it here, queen e5, bishop e3. Bishop a6 was played. Rook b1 was also played. Rook b3, we discussed this position. Bishop d3. And now in this position here, black castled and bishop c2. Okay. This is very clever because the b2 pawn you can't take. Because takes, and bishop takes h7 check. So actually, it's possible that castles was wrong. Maybe black should have tried f5 first. And this is
more precise. You're right.
More precise, yeah. This is a bit more precise somehow, I feel. Because you don't allow these bishop takes h7s. But in the game, this just didn't feel right. And after queen c3...
Wait, how do... he sacrificed the quality.
Yeah, so yes, he's an exchange down, exactly. So he actually gave up the rook with rook fb8. And after rook c1, rook takes b2, queen c3. This is not what Boris Gelfand wanted. Now, he's not going to freak out because he's been in this situation before. And it's possible that he has enough compensation. For example, takes, bishop c1 and knight a5. This is his idea because he wants to hit this pawn and also prevent white from castling. This is his big idea. However, it's compensation, and that's what it is, and that's all it is. It is only compensation. And we're going to see this in the game for sure. Queen takes c3, rook takes c3. We're going to see rook b1 check almost certainly, and knight a5. And the big question is Boris going to make a draw or not? He hasn't got any legitimate winning chances. But I think Ray is going to be very happy that he got this position, basically. Meanwhile, Wang Hao did play c5, so that's good news for Wang Hao supporters. And we did see an h4 as well in the Hari Krishna game. But the knight has moved over to c3, so I think this is a much more favorable variation, a much more favorable version of what we've just seen, given that given that the knight can no longer go to g3.
Yes.
So this is very, very good. Okay. In the challengers, catastrophe for Finnick today. It always felt like things were going to go wrong for him. No time, and his position is bad. We last saw it around here, where Bartel managed to just put the pressure on Finnick, yeah, and the rooks come in. This is very, very nasty, yeah, and the position is effectively over because rook takes c1 is a threat here. No, this is no hope for the young Finnick. Absolutely no hope whatsoever. Yeah, absolutely no hope whatsoever here, unfortunately.
Because what happens after bishop takes b2? Queen takes b2?
After bishop takes b2, queen takes b2, now I'm threatening things like rook c3 or rook c1, rook fd8. The problem is your pieces just don't do anything. You have to move this, rook fd8. If you go knight d3, I can just take. Black is very solid. All his pieces are working, and so on.
Again, very good opening choice for Bartel.
Yeah, exactly. So this was very well done. Very, very well done. And I think, yeah, there's just no hope. Finnick has got 8 minutes. He has to make 18 moves. I don't think any other result is really possible. In Motilov against Akash, we have almost a similar position. This game has not moved at all in the past half an hour. We have this position here where, again, Akash is very happy to sacrifice the pawn. And it looks as though he's still okay here, Akash. So I think this is fine for Black.
Just can we come back?
Yeah.
So Motilov played queen f3 and Akash played bishop e6. Can we just hear? Because the d2 bishop is en l'air, is hanging. So yeah, if knight takes d2, queen takes f7, and so Black has to protect the f7 pawn. So bishop e6, and then maybe you'll play bishop f4 after bishop.
What
e6.
in the current position? You mean?
Yes. No, not
But
this
now
one.
bishop d6. Now bishop d6. And now what's going on? Now it looks very difficult.
Yeah, I don't like white. I don't like white position after bishop d6.
Exactly.
And
f6
so
is coming, and yeah.
Yes. So after bishop e6, what can I do with white? Can I take on e4 or not?
After bishop e6, yeah, you can take on e4, but with what? Do you want to take with the rook? Or what do you want to take with?
Just with the bishop first.
Just with the bishop, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, bishop takes. Say pawn takes, queen takes, bishop d6.
Rook ac1.
Yeah. f6, knight f3 doesn't make any difference. Rook a d8. I don't know, something bringing the rook in, maybe? Something like this. Something like this, maybe.
Maybe bishop c3.
Bishop c3. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's still interesting, but it feels as though the white pieces aren't really working very well. I mean, this bishop on c3, black's rooks are centralized, his bishops are centralized. And that's it, really. Do you know what I mean? It feels as though...
Yeah, but I am a pawn up with white.
Yeah, but I don't feel it here. Like, there's always... Like, if I go here, just as an example, and you go back to f3, and I go here, and I put my bishop on d5, I still prefer black here.
Yeah, your pieces are more active. That's sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let's see what will be played in the game.
I think we should see what is played in the game. Yeah, we're going to come back to that one. Lamy against Vikuk is still very interesting, very unbalanced, typical kind of Benoni position where all kinds of things could happen. I actually quite like what Vikuk has done. And if he's able to get completely organized here, I think it's going to be very, very interesting. And Erwin has to make a decision. At some point, he actually has to move forward. Like he has to make some ground. Otherwise, nothing's going to happen. And Starmac against Gladura is a game we've really not touched upon at all. We have a very, very tense position here. And, you know, well, we have, you know, all three results possible in this one as well. I will say, though, it's probably not the best Slav ever for black because he can't get in this classic move c5 easily. And bishop h4 is a very clever move here by Stalmack as well, just pinning this knight. Now ideas of knight e4 exist. And I prefer white here. I think Gladura actually has some challenges here.
Yeah, because if you can't react in the center with black, if you cannot play c5, it means that you have no counterplay, you have no game, you have no game at all, and you will remain passive during your game. So he played rook e8. I think he wants to play for e5.
Rook e8, yeah, exactly. So he wants to play e5. And in this position here, I don't know. I still prefer white somehow, but it's not so straightforward because if black does get in the move e5, it's true that you know.
Yeah, they can solve some problems in their position with e5.
Exactly. So this is not so straightforward. This is not so easy. Okay, let's move on. Where do we go next? Oh, we do have a draw in the Navarra game. That is absolutely no surprise whatsoever. And in the Kmar game, not much has changed. There's been a trade of h-pawns, which might have actually helped white, but Bakari Krishna is now just happily sort of challenging that file. So I think that's completely fine for Hari Krishna.
Yes.
And what else? What else?
Shangnan Wangao can have a look.
Yeah, so Shangnan Wanhao has actually followed the line that we talked about, right? Which was that he got the bishop to b7, so now knight e4 isn't really an option, right?
Yes, right.
So this is really not an option now. And
yeah, black is okay now.
Yeah, and black is okay now, exactly. Black is suddenly okay.
Black can play with h5, knight f5, h5 to prevent g4, and then knight f5, and maybe ask for a rook trade with rook e8. And
so where do you want to go in this exact position?
I'd like to play. Okay, it's white to play, but I was thinking that black could have as a plan h5, knight a5, then maybe trade a rook or play a4, and I think it is more than okay for black.
Yes.
They were just in time to control the e4 square.
So something like this, yeah. It's still, I think black has got full control here, basically. I think black has got full control here. I think this is just fine. So yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's totally fine. I think it is totally fine. Totally fine. I think Sam really lost the advantage a short while ago. What else is going on? Paul Vinicius is kind of hanging in there. His last move, bishop d6, designed to play against rook g3. So the question is, how do you play on here? That's the big question. How do you play on here? Not easy. I would probably just play a neutral move like bishop b1. But am I running into trouble? Am I running into trouble with e5? Oof.
Yes,
I made a
you are.
big mistake. Huge mistake when I do that. Just a huge mistake. Huge mistake. Massive. Okay, so there's actually a threat here after bishop d6. This move e5 suddenly is on the agenda. That's actually quite awkward to deal with. How are we supposed to deal with that?
I think we have to find a brilliant idea for white, because if you play a move like knight e4, maybe black can play bishop f4 or knight f4, and it's complicated for white.
So
suddenly the h3 rook look a little bit strange.
Yeah, the h3 rook does look strange, doesn't it? It does look strange. Very strange.
Can I? Okay, I cannot play knight e5 because of knight takes d4.
Difficult, isn't it? Suddenly.
Yes.
I like this move by Vinicius. Really puts the pressure on Peshek. The only problem with Vinicius' game is that he's got 10 minutes left for 20 moves.
Oh, okay.
In a really complicated position.
So maybe this is a chance for Peshak to
absolutely Absolutely. Yeah, I think Paul Vinicius has got some chances here, some practical chances. Lami's game has got completely out of control, but I don't see exactly why Lamy should be better here, if at all. In fact, I kind of like black. There's big pressure on e4, there's pressure on the queen side, and I don't really see this as a genuine attack for white here. I don't see this as a genuine attack. So
Yeah, I like black too.
I really like black. I don't really see what white is supposed to do in this position. And he's played b5, which looks very, very logical. Potentially getting going, getting a pass pawn. I like it. Big chance there for Vikuk today, in my opinion. Big, big chance. Finnick is about to lose.
Yes.
His position is not improved. If rook takes, queen takes, and march the pawn, you're way too slow to get something going on the king side. So we're going to see a loss for the youngster. Gelfand trying to basically hold this position, and he's going to try and claim that even though white is an exchange up, it's, you know, it's very, very difficult to handle here. Because what are you supposed to do with white? It's a good question, actually. The rooks can't really get organized. This is an interesting position.
Maybe with white, I'd like to trade off one rook.
Yeah, so something like rook fc1, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Looks totally reasonable to me. I guess e5 looks logical here for black, with the idea that I want to bring my king into e6.
Okay.
Looks very, very reasonable to me.
Can I play rook c2? I don't know which one.
Yeah, or let's say this one.
This one?
I give check, and I come back. And if you go here, I just dance with my rook. And I really don't think you have much here, to be honest. I don't think you have much at all here.
Okay.
Yeah. Not ideal. Not ideal.
Okay, we'll see if Robson managed to find a way to convert his material advantage. And he played f4, preventing e5 and king e6.
Give me 1 second. Which one, sorry?
In the position, he played f4.
F4. Ah, he played F4 immediately. He wants to prevent E5, basically.
Yes.
He wants to prevent E5, of course. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. So F4. And now, yeah, he also wants to play Rook F2. This is a much better way of doing it than Rook FC1, of course. And
Of
after
course, yes.
bishop, yeah, and after bishop b7, he can go rook f2, rook b1, king h2, let's say a6, something like this. All looks fairly logical. Still difficult to make progress here as white. Still difficult.
Maybe I can play rook c2 with the idea rook b2.
Rook c2 to go rook b2. Rook c2. I like that move. And the point is that you might actually force me to go bishop a8 because otherwise rook b2 and one change of rooks is really going to be the end, isn't it? Basically.
Yes.
One change of rooks is really going to be the end. Yes, agreed. That is going to win. That is going to win for sure. One change of rooks here. Okay. So what else? Interesting. Wang Hao's position has improved by like a million years. I mean, Sam will be very upset because Sam will know that he had a good chance and he just didn't manage to take advantage. Yeah, rook e3, knight f6, and now I expect Sam just to take on f6 and they're going to agree a draw because you can't allow a knight to e4 or g4. So Sam will just take on f6, he'll sigh, and this position is just a draw. And Wang Hao gets away with a very, very, very tough position. It could have gone a lot worse for Wang Hao today, a lot worse. So I think this is a really, really, really big sort of moment. So well done to him. Kema against Pensal Hari Krishna. We have this position here. I also think Harry has managed to get a level of control where somehow now White's pieces can't quite work because of the open H file. So there's coordination issues. You have to keep a rook along the back. And so yeah, so I think this is, yeah, go on, tell me.
Nobody will move. Black will stay. They will play rook d g8, maybe a5 to take control of, to gain some space on the queen side. And they will wait. And actually, White has no plan to improve their position.
Indeed.
I don't see how White can improve the position.
Totally agree. Very, very difficult to see. Rook to e8 was played by Hari Krishna. Don't think this changes anything. And you're right. I don't think there's any way to improve the position here for White. So I think Hari Krishna has managed to find a construction where White is just stuck. He just can't do anything. So we're going to get a few more draws today in the main event. The question is, can Ray Robson make something work here? I believe he's the only one of all the players in the main event that has a chance. In the challenges, though, we're going to get lots of results. We're going to get a black win here in the Finec game. I also believe that we might get an upset here in this game. 94 played by Stalmack. I think White is still doing very well here. Peshak in the tank because this move, bishop d6, is simply, what's the word?
A good move, I would say.
Well, it's a good move, but it's also, yeah, it's a great move actually.
It's a great move.
Yes. It's a great move, yeah. And Peshak really has not found a solution. And I think Akash is still doing more than fine with this two bishops, typical martial compensation. in this position here. And I do believe that actually Owen Lamy, he's going for it with f4. So he's going to try and go for it. But he has to be very careful here, in my opinion, because if this attack doesn't work, e4 falls, and you're suddenly just losing. But the rook is ready to swing over. And what black has to play very, very precisely. So Owen could easily win this game. Owen could easily win this game. And one typical idea is to go something like this, right? b4, rook af3. Let's say black now played, I want to say a random move. It's difficult to play a random move here. But let's say he throws in b3 and plays a move like, I don't know, queen b8, something like this. Now white has got the typical, the classic e5, d takes e5, f5 idea, which may or may not work because black also has got e4 here. And, you know, you might be able to take or take. I mean, there's all kinds of ideas in this position, right? It suddenly gets completely crazy how to play these kinds of positions. But Erwin is going to need his attacking hat on in this position.
Yes, and he also needs Vikuk to play not precise move. I mean, to let white to have this kind of attack. I think black has a very, very nice Benoni, and even if white is trying to create an attack, black has a very nice position. So to make it work for white, you need black to play many dubious moves.
Correct. Indeed. That's exactly it.
So I think it will be a little bit complicated for Lamy, actually.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be a difficult position, but I'm going for a decisive result here. So we're going to get one decisive result. I'm going for a decisive result here. I think we get 3 decisive results in the challenges today. I think we get 3, and I think we just get in the main event. I even think Boris will make a draw somehow. So I think, unfortunately, we're going to get 5 draws in the main event as well. All right, that's all for now. We'll be back in a few minutes. We're going to take a very short break. The time control is upon us. Finek, I expect to lose, have already resigned before the break. And look at this move, by the way, just before we go. Look at this move. He just took the rook and a2. And now the point is you're ready to move the rook and make a new queen. And actually, that's a very cute way to end. And remember, you can vote on your favorite games. And there's a problem-solving competition on the Prague Chess Festival website. You can go to praguechessfestival.com to find out more. If you like solving problems, there's also voting on your favorite game of the day. Make sure you do that as well. But for the moment, Finek is going to lose. Plenty of other action on the boards. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. See you very, very soon.
My name is Karel Janeček. I am a mathematician and social innovator. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. Since 2016, D21 has been used in various participatory processes around the world, such as participatory budgeting in New York City and a big number of urban and city planning projects in the Czech Republic, France, Scotland, Tunisia, and India. The revolutionary D21 method has also been used in Czech, Slovak, Tunisian, or Zambian schools to teach democracy in a fun way and gives children a voice in what is important to them in the school environment. D21 applied to parliamentary or presidential elections will produce more consensual results, reducing populism and extremism. Small parties and independent candidates will gain space. This electoral method will produce positive campaigns and will not divide voters into opposing camps, which currently is a huge problem in elections around the world that use single vote systems such as first past the post. D21 is the key to finding consensus, and its wide adoption for political elections will heal our democracies. How does it work? Here is a small demonstration. The Janeček method D21 is a modern voting system. Standard polls only grant you one vote. This system works with more options, using positive and also possibly negative votes, which allow you to express your opinion with more precision. This way you don't have to vote for a lesser evil. You are free to select options to support and those who you strongly dislike. Such polls can work in politics, municipalities, companies, and even among friends. Let's take a look at a practical example. Citizens want to decide what the city's budget should be used for. It could be a cycling trail, a park, apartment blocks, a firehouse, or a VIP parking lot. When every citizen has only one vote, the VIP parking lot wins. This is because an organized minority can easily outvote the others. If every citizen had 2 votes instead, they might agree on the residential development. At the same time, the negative vote would reveal a controversial choice, in this case, the VIP parking lot. Janeček method D21 finds consensus, the solution with which more citizens are satisfied. Try out this modern voting system and upgrade the way you vote at www.participate21.cz. You can right now, voting each day for the best chess games at the Prague Chess Festival. Simply go to www.praguechessfestival.cz/voting. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague Chess Festival. My name is Karel Janeček, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematics game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. It will change into a fun subject. For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquire during the classical educational process. For adults, this game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us, and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Mateso is the way to learn it. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.
I didn't know that, but yeah, it was a romantic game, I could say. I sacrificed a pawn, but it looked like 2 pawns down because I had a double pawns, but it felt like very comfortable position for me all the time. So I think it was very, very natural to go for this kind of position. Pretty quickly, actually, Richard surprised me with his opening choice because he is mainly a Sicilian player and he went for French. I've seen that he played it in his childhood, but I didn't expect he could go for it today because I've been playing French for all my life, so it was a bit risky. And I was kind of lucky because I've decided to choose a line which I never played, but I've looked at this line many times. It was my plan to surprise some opponent with this. And this is the line which is maybe not the most correct for white, but it requires precise knowledge for black. And it was visible after move knight a3 that Richard was on his own. So I was pretty happy because I knew that if he's on his own, it's very, very unlikely that he would find all precise moves. And he decided to play bishop b4 and later to take on a3. And I might be wrong, but I thought it's already very suspicious position for black, where I am exactly as I said, pawn down. It looks like almost 2 pawns down, but position is, in my opinion, in white's favor.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well, but at some point I actually had some trouble continuing the attack because if I played this queen d1 move, I wanted to play queen h5. I thought that's very good, but then it wasn't that easy because he took on g2. It was like complicated, so I had to find some precise move, and I was going down on time. But luckily I had some time advantage because I knew the opening better. but yeah, I mean, I haven't played some good moves in the middle of the game, and suddenly it wasn't easy to evaluate the position. But luckily, I had this queen c2, queen c3. I didn't need to take back on c4 immediately, so that was a bit lucky. But I mean, the position was always very tricky for him, so I guess I was slightly better from the beginning. Yeah, I think I played two very decent games. I mean, not like spectacular games, but I think I didn't make too big mistakes. So yeah, I'm quite satisfied so far.
I mean, I want to win the event. I've shown before that I'm capable of doing it. I certainly think if I bring my best chess, I can win again.
To play good and enjoy this game, and of course to win this tournament.
So I'm just hoping to play well again and not have such a bad tournament.
To play my best chess.
My goal is to play good chess.
Yeah, I never had the feeling, I have to go to tournament and win it, everything else doesn't work. Of course, if it works, it would be great.
Playing good and interesting chess.
Well, I would like to play some interesting games, and if I finish in top 3, that would be nice.
My goals, I don't really have actually goals, but it would be nice to win, of course. Always nice to win.
I'd like to win it.
Well, I would like to finish in top 3 in the challengers, that would be nice. But in general, I just want to play good, healthy chess.
I always keep saying the same, that whenever I come to some tournament, the goal is to win.
I have kind of big ambitions, so I would like to be in first half.
Playing my best chess, so that's my main focus.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. This is live coverage of round 3 of the Prague Chess Festival. Lots of games still in action from both the Masters and the Challengers event. We have had one result in the meantime, which was always going to happen. The young Finnick has lost to the experienced Mateusz Bartel. Great bit of preparation from Bartel in the opening. And Finnick spent too much time, got himself in a difficult position, and could not survive the position. So very, very good stuff there by Bartel. And he's really got a big lead now in his event, already with 2 victories under his belt. Could be a great event for the Polish Grandmaster. Still lots of chess to be played, though, and we'll see what happens. All other games are going on except Navarre against Win, which we saw before the break, which was a draw. We have also, had Shankland against Wang Hao as a draw as well. So that is a very disappointing result for Sam. He had a promising opening, but he didn't manage to capitalize. Martirosyan, Deak way too active here. And in fact, this is the sort of position which we get some kind of repetition like this. White can't do anything. Black can't really do anything. White has played King E2. Also, no big deal. Deak should hold this without too many problems, I would say. We'll see, though. Maybe there's a little bit of play left, but I would expect Deak to be able to hold this without too many issues. Ray Robson is the one pushing for a victory against Boris Gelfand. However, it's a position where I would say, once again, sort of White is, it looks good for White, but after a move, he even took here, and he's going to take the pawn on f4. Yeah, and Boris is basically saying, with my active king, with my good coordination, that White does not have enough. And now I expect Ray to play the move g3. This is the natural looking move here. The point being that after h takes g3, rook takes g3, suddenly you cannot hold all of your pawns along here, and I actually think White suddenly wins. So Ray will play g3 here. This is the natural move in the position. And I guess Boris's idea is that he wants to go king g5. And if he gets checked, just to give up this pawn and give double pawns and play something like this, where he's once again going to claim that he's too solid, White has got too many weaknesses, and it's going to be too difficult to proceed, basically. Which is, of course, very plausible. Very, very plausible. So this is all very much, and g3 has been played. So we'll see. Again, I think Boris is stern enough maybe to actually make that work. We've had absolutely no progress at all in this Hare Krishna game. They are moving backwards and forwards. Both White or Black can't really make any progress, so we won't spend too much time there. A very interesting game is this Vcook against Lamy game, where I've been saying all 3 results are possible. The question is, does Lamy now play the move pawn to e5? The point being that after d takes e5, you can play pawn to f5. And the answer is very much this is potentially what might happen. And it's a typical mechanism. You push the pawn and then push the other pawn. This way, the black pieces can't use the e5 square as an outpost. Who's better and why? Absolute chaos of a position. Don't know. Can't tell you. Haven't got an idea who's doing well here or not. Just cannot even say. So 13 minutes left for Lamy. Vcook. Who do you think is going to win this one, Natasha?
I know that earlier I said that it was a very good Benoni for black, but in time trouble, maybe dangerous for black actually. And I really like your idea playing with e5 and f5. It's a very thematic idea. Maybe white will win. You have 13 moves to play with 12 or 13 minutes at the clock. It's not that much in such complicated position. So
That's
you're right.
true.
Everything can happen. And white is playing with initiative. So they're leading the dance. So that's why I think that during time trouble, maybe white can take a small advantage.
Very possibly. Very, very possibly. Indeed. And e5 has been played. It should be pointed out. e5 has been played here. So good stuff. Great stuff by Lamy.
So
What
e5, you have
yes.
2 moves, I would say, for black. Take the pawn or move your knight.
Indeed, take the pawn or move the knight. Yeah, he did take on d5 actually, so it doesn't really matter. We can just start with this position
He
here.
took on d5. Okay.
Yeah, he did. He just took on d5 here, which is, you know, a very logical move as well. And it's just a complete mess. Like White's next move here is not clear to me at all. What do you think he's going to do here? I mean, this is really, really tough.
Wow.
This is incredibly difficult. This is incredibly difficult. Yeah, I don't even really know where to start. You have rook af3, you have f5, you have e takes d6, you have all kinds of moves in this position.
You have queen f3.
You have queen f3. You just have so many moves here.
And just 12 seconds. Just 12 seconds to take a decision in this position with white.
Incredible. All right, we'll keep an eye on it because it's their job to find the best moves. Motilov has played the move knight f1. This is a, you know, clearly a still a very, very fine position for black. Black is a pawn down, but he has all the squares, all the control. If he just goes bishop d5, for example, I really don't see how white is supposed to win this position or even put pressure. Looks very, very difficult indeed. Very, very difficult to put any pressure on in this position here.
Yes.
So yeah, so bishop d5. I don't even know what to do here with white. Do you play knight g3? Allow this, but this is just going to end in some kind of a draw, isn't it? After rook e8. Just has to be a draw. Has to be a draw. No question about it. Just can't imagine white ever winning this position. So yeah, not great for Motilov. Hasn't really shown too much. Okay, this game, the Peshak game. And we were mentioning how this could get dangerous for Peshek, and this is exactly what happened. After bishop d6, he did go knight e5. And after knight takes d4, the move queen e4 was played by white. This is obviously threatening mate. Well, threatening this. So
no, threatening just a check, actually.
It's just a check. You're right. Maybe it's just a check. And black just said, okay, I'm going to take here, take and go queen f6. Also makes a lot of sense trying to trade queens. The white queen stayed on the board with queen d6, queen e7. White insisted on keeping queens on the board, threatening this, and king h8. And the position looks kind of scary, but at the same time, it's not.
I think what it is scary in this game is that Pulcinevicius has only 3 minutes at the clock, and he has to play 16 moves. And
exactly.
Even if he's a pawn up, maybe this is why it's why Peshek doesn't want to trade off queens. He wants to keep pressure on the position.
Exactly. Bishop g5. Wow. Okay. Bishop g5. Incredible move. Out of nowhere, bishop g5. Okay, I mean, with the king on h8, though, maybe it's not so incredible. Maybe it's just fine.
Of course, you cannot take, because after h take g5, h takes g5 check, king g8, then queen h4, and
you even have this one.
Rook
this
h8,
old,
yes.
This classic.
Yeah, rook h8, and it's checkmate.
It's just check. Yep, just winning. So you can't do that. So that doesn't seem to really work.
Can I just move my queen with black?
You're gonna, yeah, you could, but where do you? He does. He moves the queen to f8. Also makes a lot of sense. Black keeps everything together here, no?
Yes.
Nicely together. Nicely together here. Yeah, queen f8, very nice.
Yeah, so black is just a pawn up.
Yeah, black is just a pawn up, and I don't see what white is. Yeah, I don't really see what white is supposed to do here. No, I don't see it. I don't see a way through for white.
I have no idea too.
I don't see it. Well, I see a very yeah, I just don't see how this.
Yeah, because black will can just take on c3, play. They can play knight f5, and maybe not right now, but after bishop c6, knight takes c3, knight a5, and everything is under control. There's no attack for white anymore.
Yeah, I agree. There is no attack here, actually. Yeah, it's just it looks like you got something, but you don't, and it's very, very dangerous. Very, very dangerous to have this. Okay. What next? Let's see here.
Maybe we can have a look on Lamy Vico.
Yeah, let's have a look at the Lamy again. Sure, why not? Wow. What a mess. E5, D takes E5 played. I guess Erwin wants to take back. He can also go F5, but I guess he wants to take to be able to then bring this rook in. That makes a lot of sense. But the position is still incredible. I mean, I would probably take white in a blitz kind of playoff that they're in. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I would probably take white here. This looks very, very good from a practical point of view. And Erwin does take back on E5 with the pawn, which makes a lot of sense. So F takes E5 played. And yeah, we have a very, very, very interesting, complex attacking position here. Meanwhile, knight is on D7 suddenly, which is a bit bizarre. There is a threat of knight F6 check. And there is a threat of knight takes C5. So has Stalmack found a really nice idea here? Possibly. Gledura has some problems to solve here.
Can you show us last moves?
Yeah.
Please.
So we had a lot of last moves, actually. Goodness.
Yes.
So we last saw it around here, C5, A5, kicking the queen, and D5, very thematic. Knight B8 by Gledura, getting out of the way. Queen C4, big trades. White has got a nice grip over the light squares. Rook CD1, gives up the pawn for the initiative and the attack. Queen B6, Knight E5, Queen E6, Queen G3, very good. Knight C6, and now Knight D7. Very, very nice stuff. This is excellent. This is really excellent. And
I don't have so many moves with.
No.
Because
what are you
if
supposed to do? Yeah.
Bishop E7, after bishop takes E7, I have a problem with my C5 pawn.
Correct.
So I can only move my king to prevent this
to
fork
H7. Now, if I go here, what's the big deal? So if takes. The computer doesn't like it for some reason. Some knight move apparently is very strong. Takes, something like this. Could be
Maybe
very dangerous.
we have a problem with our bishop. I don't know.
Yeah, our bishop is not very good on H4, is it? To say the least. Our bishop is not good on H4 at all here, to say the least. Yeah, this is not what white wants. This is not what white wants. So actually, as it turns out, after king H7, you have to do something else, and I'm going to cheat, but apparently white now has got this incredibly unhuman-like move, bishop F6. The point is that after G takes F6, you now play rook D6, an incredible concept. And this apparently is a strong attack. Because after this, something like this, you can just take and it's over.
Yeah, it's
crazy.
It's a very nice
Yeah,
idea.
but bishop F6 doesn't look at all like a move to me. This
Yeah,
just
because
does not look like a move to me.
yeah, you have to find rook d6. So you have to sacrifice
Yeah.
a piece. You put your piece in a vacant square. That's weird. And then you have to play rook d6. But okay, imagine I see that I cannot take the bishop. I don't. You have no. Okay, you're threatening knight takes f8. So
Yeah.
what else can I play? Do I have to take the bishop with black? Do I have another move?
I don't know. Maybe you have another move here. That's the question. Do you actually just have another move?
I'm
Possibly,
not sure
right?
I have another move actually.
Yeah, possibly not.
Because if I have to play g6, it's not a good thing for black.
Indeed, yes. Indeed.
He played bishop e7. He didn't play king h7. Can we go to the game? Can we have a look at the game?
He went bishop e7 immediately.
He went,
yeah,
yes.
So he just gave up this pawn. So after bishop takes e7, queen takes e7, I guess you can just take. Yeah, I think Stelmacher's got chances here, to be honest. I think Stelmacher's got real chances here. Serious chances. So this is not going to work. Yeah, I don't like what Gladura has done. Basically, I think Starmac is kind of free rolling this position. I really do. Meanwhile, in the Gelfand game, we've got exactly the position we had on a few minutes ago, where White has got these horrid pawns, but White doesn't exchange up. Ray will try here, though. There's no question about it. Ray absolutely will try in this position here. No question about it. And he may succeed. He may succeed here and have big success. It wouldn't surprise
how do you do with white to break the black position?
That's a good question. It's still not clear to me how to break this position. If black just goes backwards and forwards, right? How do you actually break this position? That's true. It's absolutely not clear to me. Don't know. Don't know. We need a plan, but there are no entry squares. Here I got rook g3 already. I'm messing it up. So I have to go back. Let's say I go back this way. And then I go h5. Okay.
Okay, you don't move your king. Don't move your king.
Okay, so what do you want me to do? Move my bishop?
Maybe. Yeah.
Something like this. But I'm going to give the check and go h5 anyway, regardless of what you do. No, this could still go very wrong for Boris, actually. I thought it was some kind of a fortress, but it's not. It's actually not a fortress. Incredibly.
Yeah, you go to h5, h6. You try to create a pass pawn on the h5. That's your idea?
Yeah, I want to just use this pawn, basically. You know, I really want to use this pawn. And yeah, the position is still very difficult for black. I think Boris still has got problems to solve here. So c5. Bishop e2, played by Boris. Oh, and by the way, Martirosian has ended in a draw as well. Martirosian Dayak is a
Okay,
draw.
it's a draw.
Yeah, it is. No big surprise there. So we've had Shanklin, Navarra, Martirosian all a draw. This game is still going on. I don't know if... Yeah, again,
should be a draw too.
Should be a draw. I don't see any way for white or black to make progress. So this is in the main event, in the Masters, the only game I see as being potentially decisive game is this one here. This is the only one I see as being potentially dangerous.
So now with white, I'm threatening to go to the 7th rank, playing rook b7, and I want to hit your d7 pawn. So what do you do with black? King f7, king e6?
Yeah, king f7, rook b7, king e6. This is his idea, of course, to bring the king in.
Okay.
Yeah, and maybe there's still like... He's stopping h5 with this move bishop e2. Yeah, maybe this is still an interesting way, or is he going to come and then king f... Very difficult. Very, very difficult to know exactly. But yes, he will put the rook on b7 here and put the rook on c7. That much I do know.
Okay, let's go to the challengers.
And we do have this position in Stalmack, by the way, and he's just grabbed a bunch of pawns. I don't blame him. Stalmack now a pawn up and threatening knight takes b4, rook takes e5. And we might have a position where he has queen and rook against queen and rook with an extra pawn. And Gladora now trying to save his position. b3 is an interesting move, though, because now knight c4 is an idea, and this knight is offside. So this is still interesting, actually. White still needs to play super precisely. Motilov's queen has ended up on a5 somehow, which is very interesting. And we'll see. Bishop f8 played here. Very, very interesting. Yeah, I still think Akash has got total compensation here for the pawn. He's got really good central control on the two bishops. Now, I don't really see what Motilov is trying to do here. Maybe knight e4, but just queen f5. Yeah, don't really see...
Yeah, maybe s3 to protect my knight on e4.
Queen d7, yeah, coming back. Still don't believe with this bad bishop here that white has got any really serious chances. The game that is interesting is this one, and look at the bar. Erwin Lamy has gone for it with this, which is, and he sacrificed, which is totally, well, it's totally normal, but simply, where is the follow-up, says Jan Vikok, and correctly so. And it looks as though Erwin, queen h5, Erwin is in big trouble here. I think Jan now should probably put the knight on d3.
Yeah, cutting the bishop. Cutting the action of the c2 bishop. Very good move. And
yeah.
How do you do with white?
Totally agree. Totally agree.
Everything is under control for black.
Yeah, everything is under control. No, I don't see it. I think it's over. I think it's just a piece.
Maybe you can try rook f7.
Rook f7,
maybe?
queen c6, teeing up here. Yeah. Just don't see it.
Yeah, there's nothing for white.
Very, very big result if Vikok manages to win. Let's check in with the Peshak game, because also Peshak now, just the attack doesn't look like it's real here. Peshak trying, but black a pawn up, king safe. I don't believe it for white. I don't believe this attack for white at all. I don't believe it at all. Bishop f7
Yes,
played.
It's too artificial.
Yes, it's artificial, exactly. Now you can swap some pieces off and play knight e7.
Yeah, you cannot attack only with a rook.
Yeah.
There's only the g3 rook on the black king. There's only one rook attacking right now. Yeah, you can just
Yeah,
take.
I was just going to say, you can also do this. I was looking at this. The idea being that after takes, something like this takes, and now maybe queen over, something like this. But you can go f4 still. And if you go rook g6, I have queen f5. D takes e5, queen takes h5.
Rook
Again,
d6.
you're going to, yeah, rook d6. Now who's mating who? Who is mating who now? Big question, no? Who is mating who? Very difficult to say. And yeah, we have one of those positions where I think Paul Vinicius is actually going to win this. I really do. Stamak still is doing fine. I believe. Vikuk did put his knight on d3 and has put his queen on d6. Yeah, I just see no hope here at all for white. I really don't.
Maybe we can go back to Robson against Gelfand.
Robson against Gelfand. Let's see here. Robson against Gelfand, yes.
In the master?
He did snake his rook around the back here. King d5. And now he's going to go rook g8, 100%, to disrupt this structure. And if g6, he can play this, yeah. No, I actually am starting to think that Boris is going to lose this, actually. Because once this pawn moves, the whole structure becomes weak.
Weak.
Yeah. Yeah.
So finally, maybe it's the move bishop e2 that made all black position fall apart.
Yeah, possibly.
Like earlier in the game, when he
Yes.
let the white rook enter into the black position.
Exactly. Exactly. So I think this is. Yeah, I think this is all right, basically. I think this is kind of fine. Okay, so king d5. We'll wait for Ray, but he's in full control. Kemar, Hari Krishna. I mean, Hari is trying in this position, I think, as black. He might actually even want to try here, believe it or not. But I don't believe that with the white structure as solid as it is, that he's got a very serious chance. So I still expect Vincent to hold. We will come on to that later. So we'll see. And Starmack has managed to put his knight on b8. Similar idea. He wants to provoke takes and then takes, and he's going to try this position. He's going to try this position. And we could be here for a while, for sure. This position, we could definitely be here for a while. We've had major action in the Peshak game, but Peshak has lost his mind, or he went for something and it didn't work. Because in this position here, excuse me, let me just get to where we were, around here. Knight d4 was played, and he missed a big shot.
Oh, yeah.
This is a big shot to miss. Yeah, this is a really, really big shot to miss.
Yes, with the fork, the queen. If the queen takes on c3, we can play knight e2, and it's a fork.
It's a fork.
King,
and
queen, and rook.
Yeah,
also.
And it's very, very, very serious.
Okay, but actually, yeah, Peshak resigned.
Yeah, and Peshak has resigned. What a win today for Port Vinicius. I did feel like he would win. It felt like that move, Bishop d6, Natasha, was, very, 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 very good. I'll put that on the board. It was earlier on, around here. Felt as though Peshak's attack didn't start to work out.
From this move, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
The d6 bishop is very strong, controlling many squares. f4, e5, controlling g3, because the white setup was to play h4, rook h3, rook g3.
Yeah.
And if you prevent rook g3, so you don't know why the rook is on h3. So when black played this move, just the white position started to collapse.
Exactly. A very, very, very...
Actually, in this position, okay, that's not me, it's the computer. White has a very good move to maintain the equality.
Yep.
And it's bishop takes h6.
Yeah, that's an incredible move. That is a really incredible move as well.
And it's very complicated to play. Especially, I remember when black played knight d5, white immediately retreat the bishop. They didn't think of playing bishop
Yeah,
h6.
this is an incredible
So we have two important moments in this game.
Mhm.
One, when white retreat their bishop, and when black played bishop d6.
Yeah, totally agree. Very, very cool. Well done to Port Vinicius. Great, great work. Great result. Fantastic result.
It's a very nice win.
Yeah, very nice win indeed. It looks as though what has gone on in the Motilov game? This has been a catastrophe for Motilov. Look at his position. He tried something on the queen side with the queen, but now suddenly Akash with big typical sort of martial play with f5. White had to go f4, weakening his position. Bishop d6, rook f1, and now h5, just throwing his pawns up the board. Very logical. Queen c2, rook f8, preventing h3. And now h4, and the position is a catastrophe for Motilov all of a sudden. Look at this bishop. I was saying it all along. And this is just...
yeah, the c3 bishop just looks like a big pawn.
Incredible. Just incredible. And you're right, the bishop is just awful on c3. Motilov has put the knight on h1.
Yeah, you play rook a e8.
Rook a e8, okay. And if he contests here with some... he has to... Yeah, sorry, he can't go here because he loses his pawn. So actually, what are you supposed to do here with white? Trade a rook? But this is terrible. No, takes, and the white position is an absolute joke.
You have a pawn on c3. You have your knight is on h1.
Yeah.
It's terrible for white.
Awful. Just awful. And Vikuk, out the corner of my eye, has also landed the blow. And this might be the end for Erwin Lamy. A whole piece down. Lovely finish, 93. You can't take because of queen takes g2 mate. And if you take on c6, rook takes c6. And, sorry, hold on. Queen takes c6. Yeah, sorry, rook takes c6. Rook takes, and if rook takes bishop, you have knight takes here. That's the point. And it really is all she wrote. That is the end of the game. I expect Erwin to resign here, actually, because there are no more moves that really make sense. So big shock. Erwin losing with white. Heshak losing with white. Motilov losing with white. And is Gledura going to lose as well? No. We're going to get a draw. We're going to get a draw in this one. He managed to win the pawn back, and we're going to get a mass liquidation here, and we're going to get a draw. Because on rook d3 you can give check and then go rook e2, and that's the way to make a draw here. That is a way to make a draw. Unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable. Incredible. Four decisive results it will be in the challenges. Now, in the main, Ray Robson has played rook g8 and g6 is on the board. So we've reached move 40 there, so we're going to get some bonus time. Martirosian we know is a draw. Shankland we know is a draw. Navarra we know is a draw. Kema against Hari Krishna. Now, incredibly, Hari Krishna has really gone for it here with this move 94. The question is, Kema, he has to go rook g7 now and take here, and then he's going to take here. Was this too aggressive from Hari Krishna's perspective? The answer is possibly yes. The answer is possibly yes. I like this.
Such a big problem after rook g7, knight takes f2.
Check.
King c8. I don't
And
want to
you're
go to a6 because
You're happy to do this.
Can I take on d3 and play bishop c5?
But you've just lost. Oh no, I guess you can
I
still.
was a pawn up. I was a pawn
Oh
up.
yeah, that's true. You hold this position, don't you? You do hold this. Yeah, agreed. You do hold this position. Totally agreed. Yep, this is a hold. This is good. This is very, very good. Very, very good. Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna still see a draw there. And I think Ray will find a way to win this position. I think the black position is just not quite stable enough to make a draw here. Although this game is going to go on for quite a while. Wowzers. Some real action today. Yeah. Tell us, Natasha.
I was thinking we can go to Akash games, Motilev Akash. Very nice game.
Yeah, he did go rook a8. And we haven't had any moves yet. So it's move 40. So hold on, we've reached move 40 here. We've reached, Erwin did resign. We already have, so we have reached move 40 here. We've reached move 40 here. And I believe we've reached move 40 here as well. So all games have reached move 40. So there's a bonus of half an hour per player. Yeah, Ed, any thoughts on today?
I think we had very nice show. It's in the challengers.
Yes.
The spectacle was very nice. Okay, we had 3 wins, maybe 4 wins with black. It was very nice day. And I think it was only the weaker player with black.
Yeah, the weaker player did really well today, right?
Yes.
The weaker player has done very, very well today. Very impressive.
And again, Bartel against Finek. A very nice opening choice.
Yes. Indeed. Very, very nice indeed. Bartel has really impressed me so far with his opening play. By the way, Kmar did play knight takes f5 first. It's going to no, the point is knight takes f2 might run into knight takes d6 check, right? So Hari Krishna might play bishop c5 straight away, and we might get a transposition after rook g7.
Okay, but even if after knight take, I can take on f2 because if she takes on d6, I can play king c6.
And you've got knight h3 check, right?
Yes,
if I move the knight. It's a good observation. Correct. Correct. All right. What else is there to say? I mean, we've got to remind people you can vote on best game of the day. Go to the PragueChessFestival.com website and you can vote.
Do you have a preference right now for your?
Oh,
I
for
know
sure,
the
for
game are
sure.
not yet finished, but
For
which
sure, it's
one?
the. I think Bartel has to get it again. It's just such great preparation and such a nice finish. But of course, I would say that Vikuk beating Owen Lamy with black is a massive, massive win. To be honest.
That's right.
So yeah, Ray Robson also, if he wins, has got a shout. It's a weird one, not pretty, but yeah.
So it's a very tough choice.
It's a tough choice today for
It's a
best
tough
game.
choice to
Yeah.
say which game was
Yes.
which game was our favorite.
Totally agree. Yes. Totally agree. Very, very tough one. What was your favorite, Natasha? Which one did you really like?
Okay, I'm very impressed by Bartel preparation and how he takes the lead in every game.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's ready to take some how to say risks to get an unbalanced position and try to win the position. And I really like this kind of spirit, of fighting spirit.
Mm-hmm.
And after we can say that Vikuk, very nice Benoni. The idea to transpose to a Benoni after a3 and b6 was very clever. And I like Akash how he managed when he sacrificed the pawn like a marshal, and now how he's taking advantage and how he will win the position thanks to the two bishops. So, okay, I would say Bartel actually. I really like the mindset.
Yeah, I agree. Bartel was that was a really big one.
And to be honest, I'm looking forward tomorrow to see what he will prepare, what will be his opening, and what he's planning to play against Peshak tomorrow with white.
Yeah, we'll see. Absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing that as well. Motilov has played rook e1 in the meantime, but his position remains very difficult. But Akash needs to find the way through. Now, you can take and take. Surely, this is the way you play here.
But if you take on e1, maybe I will take with my bishop.
You might take with your bishop.
Yes.
That's true. That's what he wants to do, isn't it? That's why he's thinking, yes. That's why he's thinking.
Okay, so how can I improve my position with black?
That's the question. Not so easy. The computer thinks it's completely losing for white, which is interesting, but I don't immediately understand why. So Akash still needs to find a concrete method here, which is interesting. Still very interesting, yes. Very, very interesting. He does take on e1. Okay, so rook takes e1, played by Akash. Motilov will now take on e1 with the bishop, most likely. And then what does he want to do there? Maybe just go queen h6. Attack this pawn.
Can I play Queen F2? I attack
Queen
your
F2.
H4 pawn too.
Exactly. Rook E8, Bishop D2, something like this. Now you want to
Okay.
maybe do this.
Very interesting.
Yeah, maybe this is the way. And if I take on H4 here, suddenly this might just actually win on the spot, incredibly. This might just win. Yeah, this looks just very, very good. Very, very difficult position for Motilov. Amazing. All these white losses. Could be 4 white losses in the challenges today. Almost unheard of. And in fact, Gledora shouldn't win this position. In fact, he's probably going to make a draw here. But he might have to struggle. We're going to keep that one on in the background. I think now's probably a good time for another little break. We have reached move 40. A lot of the positions are going to go a lot slower now. So make sure you check out the best move of the day and the composing competition. And we will be back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
My name is Karel Janeček. I am a mathematician and social innovator. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. Since 2016, D21 has been used in various participatory processes around the world, such as participatory budgeting in New York City and a big number of urban and city planning projects in the Czech Republic, France, Scotland, Tunisia, and India. The revolutionary D21 method has also been used in Czech, Slovak, Tunisian, or Zambian schools to teach democracy in a fun way and gives children a voice in what is important to them in the school environment. D21 applied to parliamentary or presidential elections will produce more consensual results, reducing populism and extremism. Small parties and independent candidates will gain space. This electoral method will produce positive campaigns and will not divide voters into opposing camps, which currently is a huge problem in elections around the world that use single vote systems such as first past the post. D21 is the key to finding consensus, and its wide adoption for political actions will heal our democracies. How does it work? Here is a small demonstration. The Janeček method D21 is a modern voting system. Standard polls only grant you one vote. This system works with more options, using positive and also possibly negative votes, which allow you to express your opinion with more precision. This way you don't have to vote for a lesser evil. You are free to select options to support and those who you strongly dislike. Such polls can work in politics, municipalities, companies, and even among friends. Let's take a look at a practical example. Citizens want to decide what the city's budget should be used for. It could be a cycling trail, a park, apartment blocks, a firehouse, or a VIP parking lot. When every citizen has only one vote, the VIP parking lot wins. This is because an organized minority can easily outvote the others. If every citizen had two votes instead, they might agree on the residential development. At the same time, the negative vote would reveal a controversial choice, in this case, the VIP parking lot. Janeček method D21 finds consensus, the solution with which more citizens are satisfied. Try out this modern voting system and upgrade the way you vote at www.participate21.cz. You can right now, voting each day for the best chess games at the Prague Chess Festival. Simply go to www.praguechessfestival.cz/voting. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague Chess Festival. My name is Karel Janeček, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematics game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. It will change into a fun subject. For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquire during the classical educational process. For adults, this game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us, and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Mateso is the way to learn it. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.
I didn't know that, but yeah, it was a romantic game, I could say. I sacrificed a pawn, but it looked like 2 pawns down because I had a double pawns, but it felt like very comfortable position for me all the time. So I think it was very, very natural to go for this kind of position. Pretty quickly, actually, Richard surprised me with his opening choice because he is mainly a Sicilian player and he went for French. I've seen that he played it in his childhood, but I didn't expect he could go for it today because I've been playing French for all my life, so it was a bit risky. And I was kind of lucky because I've decided to choose a line which I never played, but I've looked at this line many times. It was my plan to surprise some opponent with this. And this is the line which is maybe not the most correct for white, but it requires precise knowledge for black. And it was visible after move knight a3 that Richard was on his own. So I was pretty happy because I knew that if he's on his own, it's very, very unlikely that he would find all precise moves. And he decided to play bishop b4 and later to take on a3. And I might be wrong, but I thought it's already very suspicious position for black, where I am exactly as I said, pawn down. It looks like almost 2 pawns down, but position is, in my opinion, in white's favor.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well, but at some point I actually had some trouble continuing the attack because I played this queen d1 move. I wanted to play queen h5. I thought that's very good, but then it wasn't that easy because he took on g2. It was like complicated, so I had to find some precise move, and I was weighing down on time. But luckily I had some time advantage because I knew the opening better. But yeah, I mean, Erwin played some good moves in the middle of the game, and suddenly it wasn't easy to evaluate the position. But luckily, I had this Queen C2, Queen C3. I didn't need to take back on C4 immediately, so that was a bit lucky. But I mean, the position was always very tricky for him, so I guess I was slightly better from the beginning. Yeah, I think I played two very decent games. I mean, not like spectacular games, but I think I didn't make two big mistakes. So yeah, I'm quite satisfied so far.
I mean, I want to win the event. I've shown before that I'm capable of doing it. I certainly think if I bring my best chess, I can win again.
To play good and enjoy this game, and of course to win this tournament.
So I'm just hoping to play well again and not have such a bad tournament.
To play my best chess.
My goal is to play good chess.
Yeah, I never had the feeling, I have to go to tournament and win it, everything else doesn't work. Of course, if it works, it would be great.
Playing good and interesting chess.
Well, I would like to play some interesting games, and if I finish in top 3, that would be nice.
My goals, I don't really have actually goals, but it would be nice to win, of course. Always nice to win.
I'd like to win it.
Well, I would like to finish in top 3 in the challengers, that would be nice. But in general, I just want to play good, healthy chess.
I always keep saying the same, that whenever I come to some tournament, the goal is to win.
I have kind of big ambitions, so I would like to be in first half.
Playing my best chess, so that's my main focus here.
Okay, hello everybody and welcome back. This is live coverage of round 3 of the Prague Chess Festival. I'm here with Natasha as always. We have passed move 40, just a few games remaining, but if you've just joined us, we've had plenty of upsets along the way. We've had an incredible few games today, an incredible few upsets. Jan Vikuk has beaten Erwin Lamy with the black pieces, a 200 rating point difference, and a massive win for the local lad, Jan Vikuk, with a great game against Erwin. We were talking throughout the broadcast, Natasha, how Erwin's attack didn't really feel serious, let's say. And in the end, what ended up happening? Well, Jan withstood the attack and ended up winning. Great win also for Paul Vinicius, beating Peshak. Massive upset there. Peshak, his attack also didn't win. Today is all about the attacks that did not succeed. And Paul Vinicius won. Matthias Bartel's attack did win, though. Great preparation, beating Jan Finek. And the last game that looks like it's going to be a black win is the game versus Motilov against Akash, where it seems as though Akash has got a commanding position, absolutely disgusting position here for Motilov. Knight in the corner is weak. Look at these two gorgeous bishops on d6 and d5, especially this bishop on d5. If this rook ever enters the game successfully, it's going to be all over. And it looks like it has. Rook e4 with the idea of rook takes f4 is in the air. And this is going to be a major issue for white. Looks very serious indeed. So what else is going on? Well, in the main event, in the major tournament, we still have the game Kama against Hari Krishna, but it looks as though this position is most likely going to end in a draw. It's black to play. The bishop is on pre. You have to move it. The most solid square is to put it on c5. And after rook takes f7, king a6, I see absolutely no way black is worse. Also, probably white is not worse as well if you just play a move like b3. And I see this ending in a draw. There have been 3 other draws as well. Navarra, Nguyen, Shankland, Howe, after misplaying the opening, and Martirosyan and Dayak, all draws. The only game remaining where a draw might not take place is the game Robson against Gelfen, and this does look good for Ray Robson. It has to be said. What do you think, Natasha? Do you think Ray wins this position?
He's in a good way to win this position. Now that the white rook, has penetrated in the black position, I think he has very good chances to win this game. Now we are threatening to take on d7. And do we have another move than king e6, actually, in this position?
Yeah. Go on.
No. I'll let you.
Yes, I mean, I would say that probably king e6 looks like I mean, you could try knight b8, but then you allow bishop e3. And let's say black tries f5, trying to get... Can these pawns start to run? Is that possible, actually?
Can I play c6 in this position? No, it's not possible.
I don't think so.
Just
I mean,
knight takes.
Takes and f4 or something.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm losing my pawn on a7. I have to protect it with a6. But it feels as though now your rook is in a really unfortunate position. You can't actually do anything. And yes, now I do believe that black saves the day here. I believe that black saves the day here. Yes, definitely. So yes, so this is a very, very unclear, because you still need to be very, very precise here as white. So after knight b8, bishop e3, f5, you still need to find a way. Maybe rook e7, and if f4, you come back, and at least now you're hitting the pawn, and the pawns have been stopped. But I'm still not super confident on this one. I'm still not super confident on this one at all, actually.
It's not easy at all for white to convert their advantage. The advantage.
Exactly.
Material advantage they have.
It's really not.
Because white black pawns can go very fast, actually.
Exactly. And the position is the position is just not very clear. So we'll see. It's a task here, and Ray Robson, 13 minutes left, should be enough time with the bonus per move, but we will see. Motilov is continuing to struggle, to say the least. Rook e1 on the board. Rook takes f4 will appear. Oh, bishop takes f4 is also possible, but I guess rook takes f4 is the main move, and I expect Motilov to lose. This is a really just not possible position for him. And rook takes f7 here. I don't know. King c6 has been played. I actually think we might get a repetition like this. That is the quickest way for this game to end. I mean, black could play king d7 though. Maybe. I mean, is Hari Krishna going to get adventurous here? I just don't see how. I don't even see how you can get adventurous here. You know, something like this. These guys will find a repetition some way or another. Meanwhile, we do have this position in the Robson game. So he
played
allowed
six.
this. Yeah. Now
Oh,
the
no,
question
that's not
is,
what happened. Gelfand
yeah,
took on c5.
yeah. So Gelfand took on c5, bishop e3, and yes, and well,
So black has to protect
yeah,
the
black has to.
a7 pawn.
He'll go a6 here, I guess. He might play a5, but a6 is also kind of natural because you've always got bishop e2. And now Ray will play rook f7. This is his idea, because you can't allow the pawn. You can't go f5 allowing d7, because now one of these squares is going to win. And after rook f7, king takes d6, rook takes f6, king d5, we have this position. And the difference here is that it feels as though with these pawns on the board, it feels as though white is winning. If these pawns were off the board, I would say there's a good chance for a draw. But now if I just go like here and bring my king in, the problem you've got is anytime you move the knight, I swing over. Your bishop is stuck to the defense of this pawn. In fact, you're in Zugzwang because you can't move your king, so you have to move the knight. Do something like this. And now I pick up the pawn, and once I win that pawn, it's actually a very easy win because I'll distract you.
Okay. So the white plan seems to be very simple, actually.
Exactly. Does. Very, very simple plan indeed. So this is just not really a position that black can play. This looks very, very, very bad for black. Very, very, very bad for black. Okay, so we're going to get a win here. I feel it, Natasha. I feel it. And here we're going to get a draw. And that I also very much feel. So is there anything left of interest? It's just whether, firstly, Akash converts, which I believe he's too strong not to convert this very winning position. And this one here, Gledura. Is Stalmach going to cause Gledura any problems here? You feel as though not, but stranger things have happened. We've seen rook endings that have been lost before.
Yes, first round, it was Kimmer against Wang Gao.
Yeah.
And we were saying that it should be an easy draw for black, and actually Vincent Keimer managed to win the rook endgame. So
exactly.
Maybe this can happen in this game too. We never know.
Exactly. So let's see. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, black has to fight.
Yeah. Black definitely has to fight. 18 minutes left for Gledura, 14 minutes for Stalmach. Of course, Stalmach not risking anything here. The local young player. I do still feel like black will make a draw, but I don't know how exactly. Like if I go here, rook c8, and I go back, maybe that's the easiest thing to do, to play like this. Because if you give check, this is never a winning attempt. This is an easy draw. Yeah, I think black is still too active for this to be a serious try for white. I think black is still too active.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to play for activity in rook endgames. You have no other choice. But it should be a draw. I totally agree with you. It should be a draw. But black has to be a little bit precise for next moves.
Exactly.
Maybe we can go back to Motilev Akash.
Yes, Motilov Akash. Okay, let's have a look.
I don't know if something happened.
I don't think anything happened just yet. Rook E1 has been played. Yeah, they're still waiting.
Yes, after bishop takes f4, rook takes rook. I guess we take with the. We have to take with the f pawn.
Yeah, we take with the f pawn.
Just like it's a one direction game now. I don't see how white can survive in this position.
Agreed. Indeed. Yes.
Okay,
looks over. Looks dead. Looks like numerous ways to win. Okay, where can we go? Okay. King e6. So rook 65, king d5, bishop e3, king e6 played by Gelfand. This is a good try. I say it's a good try. Maybe it's not a great try because white will go rook g7. Now you have to take on d6. And I take this. And even though you have the two pawns here, I'm going to put the bishop on b6 and march this pawn up the board. And I think this is not with the bishop outside here. I still don't believe that this is a position that you can honestly draw. To be honest, I don't believe you can draw this position.
I don't think so. With the passed pawn is. It will be okay for white to win. It will be, I think, an easy win for white.
Yeah, exactly. Totally agree. Rook b7 played by Ray. And king takes d6, bishop takes a7 will happen. This is 100% going to happen. And now it's up to Boris with 9 minutes. And
maybe. Yeah, I don't. Okay, f5 has been played by Boris. f5. I think I just push a4.
Yeah.
f5, a4. Black wants to promote 2.
Yep. And so
do you push f4 or e4 with black?
f4, e4.
Okay, now it's white to play. I think white will play a4. Starting the famous march.
Yes, I think you can go a4. And
maybe f4.
Yeah, f4. Yeah.
As you said, bishop b6. And our pawn is
I think our pawn is way too fast here. I think our pawn is way too fast, basically. Um, okay, so bishop f3, rook g. Yeah, no, the pawns look like they might be able to do something, but they just can't. This bishop does such a good job. The king is very close. Yeah, I just don't see a miracle happening here for Boris. I really don't.
And so the draw has been signed between Kramer and Hare Krishna.
No surprise there at all. As I said, I thought it was going to end around here. A draw is completely reasonable. No side can make progress here, so a draw is a good result. So that does mean we've got 4 draws with 1 game pending, and I think Ray will win. Akash has taken on f4. He's taken on e4. He's going to take back with the bishop now, which he just does. And now with all this pressure on g2, you cannot do anything with this knight. Look at this knight. Absolutely miserable knight here on h1. Miserable. And yes, and basically I don't see a way here for black to not win this. You just win this position 10 times out of 10. Because the knight can't move, so white is effectively playing a piece down, and there are no moves. And also moves like f4, f3 exist, and so on and so forth, right?
Yes, it will be, as you say, souffrance for white.
It will be big souffrance.
Big souffrance.
Big souffrance, yeah, exactly.
They're just waiting for black to play the fatal move, I would say.
Exactly. Indeed.
So we have only 2 games left.
Really, yeah, there's not really. Yeah, there's only 2 games left. Sorry, there's this game as well. Excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, there's this ending as well. Now, of course, these endings can go wrong for black. Of course, they can. But in this particular construction, I don't truly see it. I don't see how white plans to cause problems. For example, if you walk the king over, let's say you go king e3, okay, and I go, I don't know, king d5, which I guess is Gladora's idea, rook c8. I think I can just hold the position, even let you go to c6, because I'm not afraid of this, because I win this and it's a drawn ending, right?
Yes. Right.
And so it's just a, the black king is just too active. The black rook is just too active. I can't see a construction where white even applies some pressure. That's the problem. I just don't see it. Do you see it, Natasha? Can you see something here?
No, I don't see anything. The white king is has to defend the f2 pawn, and so he cannot help the rook to advance the c pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So, and without the white king, white cannot hop for win. Cannot play for a win.
Okay. Yes, for example. Yeah, I don't see it. Akash playing around with Motilov also puts the king on g8. Nice move, actually, to avoid any queen takes h4 checks. Very, very nice move. Yeah, and Alexander will be sick with this position here. Absolutely sick. He just won't be enjoying this position at all. He won't be enjoying this position at all. Very, very unfortunate for Alexander. Queen e2 on the board. Now Akash can play all kinds of things. I think he's just going to go f4.
Oh, be careful.
This allows queen g4. Excuse me. This
And the
is the
c4 pawn was, I don't know.
Oops. Okay, he's going to go bishop d5. Sorry. He's going to go bishop d5. And then he's going to run this f pawn. And that will really be the end of that. There's really nothing to do here as white.
Yeah, white is 2 pieces down.
Effectively.
The knight on h1, the bishop pawn on c3.
Yeah.
And I repeat myself, it's souffrance. It really is souffrance.
It's really, really souffrance. Absolutely agree. Okay.
Okay, let's see.
Let's switch.
Yes.
Where should we go? Rook c8 has been played, so we'll keep an eye on. Actually, all the games except this. Okay, Gelfand has pushed with f4. Okay, I fully expect now the move bishop b6 by Ray to prepare the advance of this pawn. But Boris will put the bishop on e2 here. He will go bishop e2. And after a5, of course, this doesn't push anymore. So can
maybe
you go?
Can I go for the g7 pawn?
Yeah, you can do that as well, rook g7. But then I was going to put my bishop on
a5,
d3.
a5, and when you play e4.
Now rook g7. Knight e5.
Knight e5. Oof.
Hold on. Wait, bishop c7? What's going on here? And if I take, computer is saying that this is equal. Somehow this is equal. F3 and E3. But that's not easy to see, in my opinion.
Yeah, you need to take this risk. Yeah, it can be a trap for white.
Yes.
If you go this way, so it's not so easy to win. It's not easy to win yet. So, and you have only.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy to win. You're right.
Ray Robson has only 5 minutes, 4 minutes 30 at the clock.
Yeah.
And as we see, if you just do one mistake, Black can manage to draw. So, okay, Boris is losing, but
yeah, but Boris is resourceful. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Boris is resourceful. Boris is very, very resourceful. This is very, very good stuff. This is very, very good stuff. Yeah, I can see a miracle happening. Also, Ray is getting short on time. Look, Ray's got 4 minutes left. So this is not totally clear cut, to say the least. This is not totally clear cut.
Okay, we can try to find a way for white to win.
Yeah.
I can try. Okay, let's say bishop b6.
I think bishop b6, yeah. Bishop
yes,
e2.
Logical move. Bishop e2. Okay. a5.
Yeah.
Okay,
bishop e6 played, by the way, yeah. So okay, bishop e2, a5.
a5, logical move.
Yeah.
e4, logical move too.
Yeah.
Can I try to block your pawns? Maybe play something like rook f7, threatening to take on f4. Can I do something like
Oh, this is a clever move. So you want to commit my pawns to light squares so that we can block. And now you can even check. Now you can even take this because the pawns can't move.
But you're not forced to play f3. You can play... Oh, wait.
I'm threatening.
Yeah,
you
maybe
want to go king e5, bishop c7 check. And we do win that pawn.
Okay, wait. True. So what can I do after rook f7? With black.
That's a good question. That is a very, very good question. Not sure Boris is still, that's a very precise piece of play there, Natasha, but looks as though that is the way to do it. Meanwhile, Stalmak has moved his king back to g2.
Yeah, white has made no progress at all.
Yeah, keeping the game going. Akash has correctly put the bishop on d5. Motilev having the most miserable of times and a miserable position. Absolutely miserable.
There's a kind of position you just want to resign, but you cannot because you have no material. The material is equal, and so you have no reason to resign, but you're just completely.
But you know you're losing.
You know you're
Incredible, really.
So it's very difficult just to stop the clock and shake hands and say, okay, I resign in this kind of position.
Yeah, but it's not premature at this level. If my students did it, I would be annoyed, but it's not premature. Okay, bishop e1. Motilov trying to find something here. Yes. What to do now? What is the cleanest way? Trying to think. What is the cleanest way here? Actually, don't know.
Can I play f4, f3?
f4, f3. Yeah. That looks very human to me and very good. There are probably a number of moves here, right? Bishop e1 doesn't really threaten to take on h4. I mean, it does, but even then you have to worry about this pawn. I like f4, Natasha. It's natural and it's good. I like it a lot. I think this is a very, very decent move.
Yeah, it is a logical move.
Yeah, it's a logical move. Very logical. Very, very logical. Okay. Let's see here. Did he play it? Not yet. He has plenty of time, 10 minutes as well. Just checking his options. No problem at all. Bishop e2 is on the board in the Gelfand game. No surprise there. So
wait.
Oh wait, no, it's slightly different. Wait, bishop
yes,
e6.
the king is not on this
I went king e6, a5, bishop e2. Okay. That was a clever move, I think, from Boris, because now the king can get active, and it's not bad. Now the king can actually get active.
And if I play a move like rook c7, I think that he played bishop c7. I think this is a very good move. We are threatening to play.
Oh, bishop c7.
Bishop c7, yes.
Ah, this is clever. He wants to go rook b6 and a6.
Or even just a6.
This is very clever. Or a6 straight away. Ah.
I think rook b6 is better.
You can even go a6 and rook b6.
We have king d7 here in this position.
Ah, there's king d7, right? Sorry.
D7,
yeah.
yes.
So Rook b6
I think rook b6
versus
is much stronger.
much better. Yeah.
Much better.
Rook b6 is much better. Yes.
Yeah, and even on e5, you can take the pawn on f4. So I don't think e5 is a move in this position.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Maybe king d5.
King d5. King d5. Yeah, it could be. Could be. King d5. And if rook b6 now?
I don't know. It's just maybe I can try to push my pawn at 3.
King g3. Yeah, I don't see it. And of course, the point being knight takes a5, rook d6, check, king c5. Now I can take here.
Knight c4.
Knight c4, h5, and now you have to deal with. Now your pieces are the wrong side of the board, and
yes, and I have a free way for my h pawn.
Exactly. Exactly.
Can we have a look on the rook ending?
Yeah. No progress at all being made by Stalmacher. And now king e4. Actually, king g2, king d5, rook c8, king e4. Now you have to be careful. Rook e8 check, maybe king f4 is an immediate draw. So white making no progress at all.
Maybe after rook e8, king f4, if I play rook f8.
Rook f8.
Yeah, I think this is.
Oh, sugar! Yeah. So rook e8, I actually have to go back. And if you take,
maybe just take on c3.
And if f6, rook c7, only move. Hold on. Because this is a threat, so you have to go rook c7 here. But it might just be enough. Rook h8. And what is this? This is some kind of draw here, where the white rook is not able to do anything. But that's not straightforward.
Not at all.
That's not straightforward.
Look, he played rook e8 in the game.
Mm-hmm.
So we and king d5.
King d5, yeah.
Has been played.
Indeed. So we might get that actually, because this is very natural, especially when you've tried everything else.
Yeah, so yeah, this is the only chance for white to play for a win.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I think white will take on f5.
I think he will, and then we'll get that exact line. We'll get takes here. Also, rook e6 is a move, by the way. But once again, rook c5 is stupid. Rook c4, let's say. We might get something similar to that last line. f6, king e6, rook g6, rook c5. Oof. Hanging on. I mean, Gladura still has to be careful, basically.
Yes.
Mortilev is trying to get his king out the corner, which is working at the moment, but it doesn't change anything about the position. and so not too interesting to go there until we see something. Rook b6 now on the board in the Gelfand versus Ray Robson game, and still Boris with some trouble. He plays the move king to c5. And on a6, e4, I guess is his idea. But yeah, you can just divert the knight away, and actually this trade is what you want, because now you have a double attack. And that is going to be all she wrote, basically. That is going to be all she wrote. That is going to be all she wrote. So yeah, a6 on the board. Yeah, let's see. I mean, they're down to their last minute, so we should get moves quite quickly in the majority of these games. a6 on the board. And what did Gelfand do here? What did Gelfand do? Bishop d3. Okay, so he wants to protect the g6 pawn. And now, yeah, so now the a7 move doesn't quite work. And okay, Ray very correctly now brings the king in. King g1, you can't move the knight. So you have to move the pawn. And if you move this pawn here, now I can go a7 again. Oops. With
even rook f6 is okay.
Even rook f6 is okay. And this is going to be very, very good.
Yeah, because once you take the f4 pawn, everything is completely done. It's finished for black.
Yeah.
So this is a kind of zugzwang, no, for black.
Yeah, it's a kind of zugzwang. Yeah, black basically cannot make decent passing moves here.
Maybe they can play king d5. Just wait. Yeah, you play king d5, but white will bring their king f2.
Yeah, just king f2. And you can't do anything. King c5.
Oh. And also when black plays king d5, the king is not attacking the b6 rook anymore, so you can play bishop b8.
Bishop b8.
Threatening a7.
Well done. Yeah. No, I don't think Boris saves this. I think Ray has played an excellent, excellent game today. A really, really nice game. What has happened here? Why did... he wants to go bishop d3. Sorry. Oh, no, that's the end of the game here. Yeah, knight f2. Now you take on g2 with check. King e2. I guess you give another check. King f1. And you can just do that. Yeah, that's going to be terminal. Akash actually found a way through. Very nice way. Still, it's over, but it's not what I would say 100% over.
Okay, still, when the player, how can I say? What I say usually is when the sheet of paper has not been signed, you can still have hope.
Exactly.
Even if it's a small hope. But at this level, I think that it will be an easy win for Akash.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be an
Can we go to
easy
the
win.
pawn endings, maybe?
Which pawn ending?
Sorry, rook ending.
The rook ending. Ah, yeah, we do have action. So it happened exactly as we were saying. G takes f5, rook takes c3. And now Starmac is deciding between this, or f6 straight away. So yeah, I still think this is a draw. I think Gladura as well has kind of worked out that this is still a draw, but he has to be precise. Queen g2, queen f3 by Akash, king f1, and now he's going to find bishop f5. And he will find bishop f5. But any move is good here. Bishop f5, bishop d5. Bishop f5 is nice because you prevent any queen d3 checks. Yeah, actually bishop d5 might be a big blunder because queen d3 check. Even this ending is not very good. But bishop f5 really does just end the game. Bishop takes h3 check is...
It's very strong.
Is terminal. Yeah, it's terminal.
Excuse me, Lawrence, do you hear a noise from my place or not?
I do a little bit, but it's okay. It's bearable.
Okay? It's not too...
Yeah, it's bearable. Is it the cat?
No, I think someone is playing basketball downstairs.
Oh, someone who's playing basketball. Rook e6 was played. So this is probably the best try. Yeah. And this is still a draw because black can probably go h5 and this is still a draw as well. The point is if you go, and he does, the point is if you go rook g6, can you just go g4? I think this is what Gladura wants to do and get a classic easy rook and pawn drawn ending. Very, very easy.
This is the easiest way for black to draw, actually.
Meanwhile, Motilov still playing on. Akash did find bishop f5. He is going to take on h3, king e1, and then he's going to move the bishop away to f5, I think. Or he has to be careful of queen takes d5. Queen takes a6, rather.
Yeah, the h pawn is very strong.
Yeah, maybe he can even just do this. And then, like, go here. And, yeah, and then just run the pawn. Yeah, this isn't really... this isn't really the way. This isn't really the way. King e1 on the board. And we'll see how Akash decides to finish that one off. h5 here by Gladura, threatening to go g4. Very clever way to make a draw here.
Maybe we can go to
Robson.
Robson.
Ooh, we had a big change. We had a big liquidation. Let's have a look at what happened. So it did go e4, a7. Robson correctly gives up the a pawn for the g pawn. e3, rook g5 check. Robson steals a pawn. And now Boris trying his best to hold this position, but it will be a useless fight because this pawn really is very quick. This pawn really is very quick. And I think Yeah, it's going to be difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, I totally agree. I think White finds a very nice way to convert the material advantage.
Mm-hmm.
It was a
Exactly.
clean way, very clean way.
Exactly.
It was a nice game from Ray Robson. Very nice game.
Mm-hmm. It was actually. It was a very, very nice game. Very, very nice. In many ways, that could even be game of the day because it was just so correct by Ray. I mean, he just played so perfectly. But let's see. Gelfand down to 18 seconds. Bishop e4 played. Okay, Ray will play h6, I'm sure. Not worrying about knight f3 because you can just go rook g4 and take. So Ray surely will play h6 here. Then maybe Boris's idea is to go king d3, but here you can just move the bishop anywhere and nothing changes. You're going to go rook g7, h7. There's just really no hope for Boris here. Really no hope.
It's just a question of moves. Few Boris will have to resign.
Yep, I agree. Meanwhile, g4, h4 was tried, but now you can go rook h3. Ah, yeah, rook h3. This is the move here. And you still make a draw. But look at this. It's close to not being a draw. Because you're...
Just in time.
Just in time to go rook h3 back to f3. But that's not, I would say, like 100% clear, right? Do you know what I mean? It's a draw, but you have to calculate it move by move.
You mean for who? For white or black?
I mean, it's not a draw for it's not an easy draw for.
Yeah, you still need to calculate a few variations with black. But once you see that you can just play rook h3, rook f3, I think it's okay because the white king is, I would say, cut. You can still play after with h4, move the rook, play g3, something like this. I think it will be...
Exactly.
You just have to see that you have time to come back with your rook.
Exactly.
To prevent promotion, the pawn promotion. And this should be easy. Starmark played f4 after rook h3.
Yeah, this f4 here.
Yes.
And now, he wants to be clever because he wants on rook takes h4. Now the f pawn blocks things. Still probably a draw. It's still probably a draw.
Yeah, you may have time to play rook h3, h3, f3, f4, and then protect the f8 square.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think there are probably a few ways to draw this one.
Yeah, and Gledura has time to find a way to bring back the rook to the game. Can we see? Yes, Motilev Akash maybe.
Oh yeah.
Oui.
Well, Motilev managed to win a lot of pawns, but that's not going to help because his king is so exposed, and Akash has a bunch of runners that are very, very fast, and Motilev does not. So bishop g3, king f1. Now Akash needs to try and push h3, so he'll play queen f5, I think. I think that's a natural move here.
Yes, it is.
And
Queen
once
f5,
again,
king g1,
Queen f5, king g1,
h3.
h3. Yeah, once the pawn gets to h2, it's really a horrible position to deal with. It's really not good. Yeah, there's just the black king is totally safe. There are never any checks, and it's, you know, it's just going to be mate. The king even gets mated here, doesn't it? In
Yeah,
some
the
positions.
white won't have the time to push their queen side pawns. So okay, so rook f3, rook g5.
Yeah, rook g5, rook takes f4, and this is rook takes h5, and this is going to be a draw after king e5. It's going to go king e5, king g3, rook takes f5, king takes g4, and maybe Stalmack will probably draw with this king h8.
Okay.
So that will be a draw. Akash decides to go in with queen a2 first. I don't see any problem with that move. Bishop e1 by Motilev. Can still go h3 here. How brutal, because queen g2 check. Mate.
Checkmate.
So Akash will go h3 here, I think. And if queen takes f3, oh, but this queen takes f3, right? This still might be winning randomly, but maybe he doesn't want to give up this pawn, actually. He might try something else. Queen back to d5, he might try. He doesn't want to, he certainly doesn't want to rush this position, that's for sure.
Yes, yes. Can we have just a last look maybe on Motilev game? Robson,
Robson.
Robson Gelfand game.
Oh, Boris has lost. Boris has
Okay.
officially lost. King e3 was the last move. This is a very clever move by Ray, actually, because you hit the bishop, and if the bishop goes somewhere, you've got rook g4, and you pin. That's a very easy victory. Very nice work by Ray Robson today. Very, very nice. Excellent. Excellent.
Okay, let's follow the Motilev Akash game. I think it is the only game. There is a draw actually in the challengers. Stalmack against
this was a draw.
Was draw.
Yeah.
And so we have only one
game
left.
Queen d5 played very nicely done by Akash. No need to rush.
Yes.
But okay, knight h3. If Motilev finds this. Still losing, but at least it's, you know, what's the word?
Yeah, it's not finished.
It's not finished at all.
It's not finished at all. And when your opponent just, when you have a winning position and when your opponent just keep fighting and fighting and fighting, sometimes you can start to have some few doubts and you can play not very good moves. And in French, I don't know if we say it this way in English, you can lose fit. I don't know if you say, how you say.
Yeah, you can lose your confidence, basically, right?
Yes, you lose your confidence. And so I think, as you said earlier, it's not completely finished, and maybe something can happen.
Knight h3 played, you're right. Let's stay with it, obviously, with the only game left.
Yeah, especially with the knight coming to the black king.
Yeah, exactly. And the position is getting a little bit more
Okay, here maybe I can play bishop takes e1. And after queen takes c1, I can take the d4 pawn.
Ah, this is quite easy as well. Sorry, yeah. But then queen f2. And no, this is a bit more. He has done this, but okay. But now white has got some kind of blockade. It's probably still not enough, but I mean, he will go queen f2 here, I think.
Can I play queen g4, check, king h2?
2.
And bishop. I was going to say bishop f5,
f5
or something like this, but I can play knight g1.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, there's a
Queen
move.
takes
after
f3.
bishop f5.
Yeah, we're going to see. That could happen, you know. After a long game, that's the sort of tactic that could happen.
Yeah, and it would be terrible for Akash. And it would be a very nice fight for Matveev. Because this kind of thing happens because your opponent just fight very hard, and so sometimes you can make a mistake because you're very tired.
Exactly.
So it's not about luck, it's much about a fight, a real fight.
It certainly is, yes. It certainly is. Okay.
Okay, queen g4, king h2 first.
So queen
and after
g4,
king h2.
Yeah, this is where bishop f5, queen takes f3. Oof. Oh my goodness! If that happens, that would be catastrophe for Akash. I really hope that doesn't happen. That would be so sad. No!
Oh my god!
I told you
That's
it could
crazy.
happen. I told you.
Oh wait! He has to play queen takes f3. Wow.
He will find it, Motilov. Motilov will find it, and you could feel, you know, this trade of the dark square bishops. He lost a bit of control, and now queen takes f3. Now, I'm not saying that Akash is going to lose, but I think if Motilov finds queen takes f3, he's certainly not going to win. And Akash's face after this move is going to be, oh my goodness,
God.
what a...
I would really like to see the player right now. I don't know how...
Oh,
he played
man,
queen takes
it.
f3.
Oh,
this is...
God. This is just so sad. And I don't think there's a better move than taking. That's the worst thing. I think you kind of have to do it. I think you have to take. Can Motilov win this position? No, surely not.
No, of course not.
No, because you can take knight g5, king h6, knight takes f3, g5, right? That's kind of important. b5,
you can
h5.
play... Yeah, the bishop is too strong, I think.
Yeah, the bishop is too strong.
This is terrible for Akash. He played a very, very, very fantastic game.
Such a shame. This really makes me very sad. This really makes me really, really sad.
But Motilev, he stayed in the game. He stayed. He just keep on fighting. He just fight.
He really does.
And he provoked.
Incredible. Yeah.
Has provoked this situation. It's not about luck. It's about just making.
No, that's true.
Your opponent having doubts and lose confidence and getting him tired. And I mean, to beat such a strong player, you have to prove that you are in control from A to Z.
Incredible.
I'm being attacked by mosquito. It's terrible. I'm under attack. It's free food.
Free food. Okay. So g5 and
b5.
b5, yeah, played. King h5 will be played now, I think. Yeah, and king h5, b6, bishop e4, something like this. Knight e5, g4. Still have to be a little bit careful as white. Like, you can still lose this position as white, I feel. Or maybe not. Maybe put the knight on f1. Right. Maybe there's some construction where knight d2, bishop d5. Let's say a4, g4. Let's say I go a5, g3, king g1, and if you go h3, I have knight f1, and that really will be the end. That really, really is the end.
Yes, it's always very dangerous to have a knight close to the king.
Yes.
There is always, you have to be very careful when the knight gets closer to your king.
Exactly.
Okay, so knight e5 was played for white.
Yeah. King h5 on the board. And knight d7 is a clever move here, actually. Knight d7 is a clever move, threatening knight f6.
And b6 and knight c5.
Yeah. Oh, can you imagine if he won this?
No way.
Holy, why not? Why not?
Yeah,
Why
everything
not?
is possible. Yes, I know, but it would be completely crazy.
It would be completely crazy.
Completely.
It would be completely crazy. It would be insane. But I've seen strange things, and knight d7 is on the board.
Okay, so what do you do?
I don't know, because knight c5, b6 comes. You've got 1 minute left. You have to calculate everything. And no, this would be such a tragedy. This would be such a tragedy. I really hope we don't get this. I really, really don't hope we get this. That would be too much. Too much pain. Far too much pain. Okay, so knight d7 played.
Okay, so
bishop f3. Okay. Clever move, actually, I think.
Okay, what happens after b6?
So b6, g4, knight c5, g3 check, and you still win. Because you win, actually, now.
Okay.
So bishop f3 is a good move by Akash, yeah. I think that one is good enough. He'll probably go knight e5 again to get time on the clock. And you could get a repetition.
But it's the same, I can play. Can I play knight
now
d7
it's not.
again?
Now, yeah, knight d7 here you can still do.
Oh yeah, and I don't have this tempo when I play knight c5.
Yeah, exactly.
The e4 bishop.
But yeah, you still have to be careful here as white. Imagine thinking.
Okay, so knight e5, bishop d5. So maybe I can play a4. A4 to play a5. And
A4, yeah. A4, g4.
Oh, look, after. Okay, maybe it's the same, but after knight e5, bishop d5, a4.
Knight e5, bishop d5, a4, sorry. He went b6.
Okay. B6,
and
b6 is okay.
g4. What's the idea?
Knight e5.
He wants to do this. Knight c5. And if g3 check, he wants to go king h3. This is his idea. And actually, wait a second. Oh, my board is frozen. Ah, that's nice. My computer, my program is frozen. Well, we survived 5 hours 30 minutes. That's very unfortunate that there's been a freezing there. Let me just check with the team. That's very annoying. Let me just see what they want to do.
Okay.
The problem is everything's on delay, so getting the moves.
Break.
Yeah, let's just take a short break. We'll be right back to see the end of this game. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Apologies again for the small crash in the software. It does happen. Luckily, though, the game did finish. It was a draw between Motilov and Akash. Heartbreak for Akash, who had a crushing position. Played a beautiful game, missed an important tactic. Motilov, he's a strong grandmaster for a reason, saves half a point. Very good stuff by him indeed. We are done for the day. We'll be back tomorrow. A quick summary of what has happened today. Some fantastic stuff. 3 victories in the challengers section. Vikuk defeating Lamy with the black pieces, huge upset. Vinicius defeating Peshak with the black pieces, huge upset. Bartel beating the young Finnek, beautiful game there. And in the main event, only 1 victory, but a great one, a nice technical victory by Ray Robson against the legendary Boris Gelfand. The rest of the games were not really super exciting, no major moments in those games. So that's it from us. Natasha, thanks again for all of your help. And we're not going anywhere, of course. We will be back tomorrow for round 4, approaching the halfway point of this tournament, 9-round tournament, of course. But so far, some very, very, very impressive performances. Especially, I would say, Matej Bartel in the challenger section, playing extraordinary chess. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, 3 o'clock. Don't forget to vote for your game of the day on Prague, on the Prague Chess Festival website. You can also check out their Twitter, and they've got the composing competition as well. Thanks very much for joining us. See you all tomorrow.